Ready, Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville, every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a three-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse.
Okay. Oh. Okay, good morning, everyone. Going to call the meeting our August 12th Truckee location Board of Supervisors meeting to order. Could I ask Dan to help us lead the pledge? Great, thank you. So nice to be up here always and give us a chance to see the Truckee folks and you a chance to participate in our board meeting a little easier. Going to make just a special announcement about the call-in. So because of a small time delay of about 40 seconds on the online and live streams, members of the public wishing to make public comment by phone should call in at the beginning of each agenda item rather than waiting until you hear us ask for public comment. All right, and then for those in the room, please remember to mute your microphones when you're not talking. This will help avoid feedback. So we're going to go right into consent calendar. These items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. The board will act upon them at one time without discussion. Any board member may request that an item be removed for discussion. So today, the consent calendar are items 1 through 20. Let's see, are there any corrections and deletions to the agenda before I do that?
Chair, there are no corrections or deletions.
Great, thank you. Let's see. So public call in now if you have any comments about the consent items. And do I have any public comment on the consent calendar? Seeing none in the room. Do we have any callers?
There are no callers, Chair.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment on the this is on the consent agenda. Public comment just on the consent agenda. The first, all right, you're good. You still have time. Great, so we're going to close public comment just on the consent agenda. And any board members want to pull any items? No? Okay, then I'm calling for a motion and a second to adopt the consent calendar.
So moved.
District 5,
Yes.
District 2,
Yes.
District 4,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 1.
Yes. Great, thank you. Now we are moving into general public comment. So a reminder, if you're calling in, to call in now and we'll get to you momentarily. Members of the public shall be allowed to address the board on items not appearing on today's agenda. Speakers are encouraged but not required to give their name and district of residence. Please direct your comments to the board, not the audience or staff. No individual may speak more than once. We'll give you each 3 minutes. And that's about all the instructions I think you need. So anybody have public comments? Sir.
Mr. Lights, could you please put your mic on so we could hear you and the public could hear you who's watching on TV?
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Don't start my time over, please. Anyway, yeah, I was going to talk about what I thought should be a survey on the homeless RV living, out on rural land. But instead, I realized that the RV home ordinance survey, not only is it inadequate, but it was designed to be inadequate. And congratulations to the planning department. You can now check off that box that you did a survey. And the county homeless advocates can also be pleased. Because how do you answer a survey when the yet to be draft ordinance has not even been released? Number one, okay. Here's the obvious question. Any college freshman in a statistics class, and I don't even know if you board members even took the survey or looked at the survey online. Oh, good. Okay, good. Because if you did, you would see how biased that survey is. And I kind of have to use air quotes around survey because that was not a survey. Like I said, a freshman in a college statistics class, he would have gotten a low grade on that, to say the least. And now in that, you've also added in this survey, cab over campers, converted buses, and et cetera. What is et cetera? How do you answer a survey with et cetera? Okay. So the other thing is you can't have a survey where you put the words in that lead the public to what you want answered. Viable solution, housing crisis, those are all lead-in words. And it's like saying, do you agree with doing something good to solve an urgent problem? Of course, most people would say yes. And even if they have serious concerns. And now suddenly the list includes, as I said, converted school buses, cab over campers, etc. How can anyone answer this survey? And we're told that all going to be fine so long as they meet health and safety standards. What are the health and safety standards? How am I going to answer that in this survey without having some idea of what health and service standards are, especially on RV vehicles and trailers being put out in the woods in high fire district? And where were the survey questions about what are the main concerns of residents? Benefit to the people, impacts on homeowners insurance. That is the elephant in the room. I tell you, if you jeopardize my homeowner's insurance, I'm out of this county. I cannot afford to stay in this county if Cal Fair Plan all of a sudden ups their rate. Has anyone...
Sir, you're...
Okay, one last thing. Has anyone... I have not seen anything about insurance. How is this going to impact my insurance? How is this going to impact
Okay, your
my
time is up.
homeowner's insurance?
Thank you.
You very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Where's my clock, folks?
This isn't public input. It's public.
Thank you. Thank you for
Mr.
your
Lights, we're happy to
comments.
take your comments and make copies of the full comments of the board.
I will send them one, and I've sent
Okay,
my
please, I'd like you to
surveys.
step away from the microphone and you can hand your material to them and they'll get them to all of us, promise.
I'll get them to all of you. Thank you.
All right, public comment. Any more public comment? Any callers?
There are no callers at this time, Chair.
Okay. And just to reiterate, the clock is on the other side where I can't see it. So that beep tells me when it's okay. Thank you very much. All right. All right. We're going to close public comment. And then for anyone who's interested in the survey he was mentioning, there is a survey. It's still online. It's still open, right? Brian, is it still open, the survey? It just closed. Okay. All right. You can still contact us with comments, though, if you would like. Okay, public comment is closed. We're moving on to our regular meeting. Our individual board member items. Item 21, we're going to do a certificate of recognition for Dan Wilkins for nearly 28 years of service to the town of Truckee. And we'll turn it over, start with Mandy. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair Hall, members of the board. Good morning. My name is Mandy Stewart. I'm a senior management analyst for your office as well as the CEO. And I'm just thrilled and honored today to introduce our next item, which, as Chair Hall said, is a certificate of recognition for Dan Wilkins for 28 years of service to the town of Truckee, including his role as a director of public works and town engineer since 2001. Dan has been instrumental in how this town has evolved and developed over these years. And with that, I will turn it over to Supervisor Bullock to make some more comments.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Congratulations, Dan. You comments first, or you want me to read the resolution? Okay.
Why don't you read it so we all learn about you?
And then we'll make some comments. The County of Nevada Board of Supervisors takes great pleasure in congratulating Dan Wilkins on his retirement following nearly 28 years of service to the town of Truckee, including serving as the Director of Public Works, town engineer since 2001. Dan has been integral in leading some of the most transformational projects, which today are hallmarks of the town's landscape and identity. Dan was initially hired by the town in January 1998 as an associate town engineer. He quickly moved through the ranks and became the Director of Public Works and town engineer in 2001. Dan's accomplishments are numerous and have shaped the town of Truckee, becoming essential parts of daily life for residents and visitors alike. Dan was responsible for the implementation of 13 roundabouts, including the first multi-lane roundabout on a Caltrans facility in Northern California at the Highway 89 I-80 interchange, along with more than 25 miles of paved trails, 8 miles of sidewalks, bike lanes, on over 30 miles of roadway, and 2 new railroad crossings, the State Route 89 Mouse Hole and the MacGyver Undercrossing. While all of Dan's projects required outstanding engineering skills, it was Dan's thoughtful vision of the future that will be his legacy. Dan's footprint will forever be embedded in the town of Truckee. Dan grew up in Vermont and graduated from the University of Vermont with a BA in civil engineering. Out of college, he worked for a regional transportation authority before moving to San Francisco to work as a transportation, engineering, and design consultant. After a few years in the Bay Area, the lure of small-town rural life pulled him up to the Truckee-Tahoe region, where he spent the next 2 years working for Leigh Scott and Clearly, exposing him to several projects with the town. Thus, when the town was recruiting for a new associate engineer, Dan was a well-known and respected candidate. Dan took the job in 1998, and as they say, the rest is history. Therefore, the Nevada County Board of Supervisors takes great pleasure in celebrating Dan for nearly 28 years of leadership as the Director of Public Works for the town of Truckee. His work not only laid the foundation for what Truckee is today, but also positioned it for the years of success into the future. And congratulations, Dan.
That is fantastic. A life of public service. Boy, that means a lot these days. Thank you for that. I wonder if we want to go straight to public comment and then come back to the board for comments. So anyone in the public like to share their experience, and congratulations, Dan. Oh, you would like to speak? Excellent.
Yeah, one thing my coworkers know is any chance I have to get in front of a microphone, I'll take it. So, thank you very much. I appreciate you all taking time out of your busy day for this. It means a lot. Back in 1998, when I joined the town and the county did not get along. The town was 5 years old. I think we had a bit of a chip on our shoulder, and our focus was not on what it is today. Your focus and the town council's focus is clearly delivering the best services for the community up here. I think there's from time to time, there's differences of opinion as to how best to go about that, but the clarity of mission and purpose is the same. And that was not the case back in 98. It was more about who's in charge and who's doing this and who's doing that. So just the evolution I've been able to see in the relationship between the county and the town has been outstanding. And I really want to thank you all for that and thank the town council for that. I've probably in the last 5 years or so gotten to work more directly with your staff than at any time prior to that. Really starting with COVID, I got to meet Ryan Groover on weekly COVID calls, talking about whatever crazy thing was going on that week and whatever new state requirement was in place. Got to work with Allison at the same time. More recently, we've been working really shoulder to shoulder on the library project up here. I've gotten to meet your staff, Josh White and Craig and Mandy, and they're all very exceptional people that you should be very proud of. And I just want to say, again, thank you for this. And if I could offer one word of advice for everyone in the room, it's keep on keeping on and keep on figuring out how to work towards the common mission of improving the community up here. And if there's times when when we don't quite align on how to best go about that. The thing I've seen in the last few years is the ability to compartmentalize that and be like, okay, we need to work on that, but gee, we got this other thing we're working on over here and this other initiative over here, and being able to keep those things in their own little boxes so that we don't get off the tracks in one area and then have that sidetrack what we're doing in a whole bunch of other areas, I think is really key to the evolution I've seen in the relationship between the town and the county. So again, thank you very much, and I appreciate this. Yep.
Fantastic.
So my name is Becky Bucher. I don't have anything prepared, but I've had the pleasure of working with Dan for over 2 decades. In fact, he's one of the main reasons why I came to work for the town over 19 years ago. And I just want to reiterate what an impact he's had on this town. I mean, I can say the town he's leaving this huge legacy of projects and for the town, and we're just a better place because of all the work that he's done. And just want to join you all in congratulating him, and I appreciate his mentorship over the years, and thank you, Dan.
Do we have any callers, Madam Clerk?
No callers, Chair.
Okay. Any additional public comment? All right, we'll close public comment and bring it back to the board. I'll start with you, Hardy.
Yeah, thank you, Dan. I've had the pleasure of working with Dan for, I think, probably close to 20 years at the airport, and then here in my county role. And it's going to date me, but if anybody remembers what the town of Truckee looked like 30 years ago, it looked completely different. No roundabouts. That's the number one. I like the roundabout piece. There's a comical like interplay between roundabouts and people that come here. It's getting more and more common, but it used to be like when the first roundabout went in, it was like, oh my gosh, what have we done? There's a roundabout. And people are like, stopping and starting. But yeah, no legacy trail, no trails in general that I can think of. A very seasonal oriented town, and Dan really took it to the next level with the town council and working with the county and kind of slowly building this kind of flatwork infrastructure of trails and integration and roundabouts, and navigating the entire building boom that occurred here in the 90s, and then the Martis Valley Plan and how that impacted people. And there's just a ton of activity that's happened in East County over the years that you've been here. And you've been a sage influence in navigating that balance of keeping community character, allowing building and growth and development to occur in a way that's meaningful to our community, and making a place that's awesome to live. And so I just wanted to thank you for that. Your pragmatic approach is the other piece that I've always noted. Like when you go into a meeting with Dan, very simple, very straightforward, very easy to understand. You get it, you know what I mean? And that is so valuable in today's relationship building that we have, because nobody has a lot of time when we have a lot of really tough decisions in front of us. So Dan, thanks for being that person that was always a calming voice of reason. And again, like you talked about making containers out of relationships, because we cross paths on everything, right? Law enforcement and roads and library and infrastructure and health and human services. And now homelessness is a big one. And keeping those relationships like, hey, we're doing great over here, but let's improve this one. You've always been a great voice for that. And your support of the library is incredible. I think you're building in engineering knowledge and bringing that background in the costing of the library has been a huge piece to step forward with. And I just wish you all the best of, it's the best part to retire in Tahoe and maybe spend more time on your boat, more time with your family and watching your son play drums and all the cool stuff that we talk about. So congratulations to you, and thanks. Best of luck going forward.
Folks, there are lots of seats up front here. Those folks standing in the back. We don't bite. It's pretty easy. Okay. Rob.
Yeah, congratulations. We haven't had a lot of opportunities to interact, but it struck me as you were speaking and Hardy was speaking, down in Western County now, there's a number of mainly roundabout projects that are being proposed and starting. In fact, they just activated some on Highway 49. And I was shocked at how the strong emotions that roundabouts, who would have thought, kind of trigger. But without knowing you, and a number of times, and it's not just roundabouts, there's been other infrastructure projects, I've pointed people who have concerns to look at Truckee, look what they did up there, look at that as an example of kind of how it was done well. So I didn't know it was you that I needed to thank, but thank you for the job you've done. And I think you guys have done it right. And as we follow down there on some of these individual matters, it's a great example to see how you've done it in the last couple decades. So thanks for your service.
Thanks. Thank you I think I met Dan when I was with the city of Grass Valley, and coming from the city or town background, you do not realize the importance of the job of city engineer and public works director. City managers are important, town managers are important, but truly the people who are in the trenches every day, especially dealing with the public, is that position. So 28 years is an incredible legacy to leave. We like to say down kind of on the western part, if you're with the cities down there, you guys have paved the way for those of us, in Grass Valley and Nevada City, for how things can be and should be when you're doing development projects. So I guess it is a great place it's like people don't work here for 25 years and retire and move away like they do in most places. They get to retire and stay here because this is such a great place to live. So congratulations on your retirement. I understand you're not leaving till the end of you still have another 6 months or so of doing great things. So hopefully we'll see you again when we're up here working on some various projects. So thanks.
Well, congratulations. I think starting the new chapter of retirement is exciting for anybody, especially when we're still mobile enough to go enjoy it. So good on you for doing that. And I think everyone said it quite eloquently, but how fun to look back and leave a legacy. When you get to have worked in a place that you loved and you had a passion for, and then you'll be able to look around for years and times to come to know that you were a part of what built this community. So thank you so much, and best wishes on your retirement.
Yep. So ditto to all of that. Again, thank you for your lifetime of public service. There's so much value in that gets forgotten sometimes these days. But you clearly have left a name, and you've left beautiful projects here. And we do look to Truckee for how to do some things. And so it's really great to know, to put a face to the projects, and want to wish you best of luck in the future, and that we may still be calling on you and saying, hey, how did that work really exactly? So why don't we come on up and get a picture with you? We have a certificate for you. And again, congratulations. Give people, well, thank you so much. Always great to have positive things to do here. All right, great, perfect, Carissa. The next item is a resolution designating Mount Lola 1870s U.S. Coast and Geodetic Survey remnants located in the vicinity of Independence Lake as Nevada County Historical Landmark and EV 25-07. And Carissa, you're going to start it off.
Hi, good morning, Honorable Chair, member of the board. I am Carissa Sear, Senior Management Analyst in your board office, and I'm just here today to introduce the resolution from the Nevada County Historical Landmarks Commission of which we have quite a few members here today to see this. And they've been working very hard this year to bring forth many items that highlight the county's historical significance. And so this is just another one. It happens to be local here, so we're excited to see it in Truckee. And then with that, I will turn it over to Chuck Shemeka, Historical Landmarks Commission member, to present a quick PowerPoint and answer any questions you may have.
Thanks, Chris. Where's the phone? You got it. Technology. Let's see here. Well, good morning. I am Chuck Shemeka. I'm a member of the Nevada County Historic Landmarks Commission. It's my pleasure to be here to speak with you today. I would like to talk about the Mount Lola designation. Mount Lola sits at an elevation of 9,143 feet. It played a significant role in one of the most ambitious geodetic surveys of the 19th century. It formed a part of a record-breaking triangulation project of the United States. Too close to the mic? Okay.
Yeah, you could try stepping back just a tiny bit, but we can hear you fine either way, Chuck.
Okay, because then I can't see what I'm reading.
Okay.
Okay.
Do what you need.
Okay, thank you. So I wanted to say that this was a phenomenal thing that happened in the 19th century. I didn't know about it, so when I studied about it, I was thrilled to get into the research. The Geodetic Survey was established back in 1804 by Thomas Jefferson, so it goes way back. At that time, in the late 1870s, Professor George Davison, a local scientist from Washington, was hired to come out and do a survey, and it was located at Mount Lola. Mount Lola is located 15 miles north of Truckee in the upper watershed of the Little Truckee River, which lies within the northeastern corner of Nevada County. In 1878, Davison was chosen to lead the team of surveyors to make observations from Mount Lola to Mount Shasta, Mount St. Helena, and making long triangulation measurements. And that day, it was a very difficult proposition. The whole purpose in this was to map the entire Pacific, basically, to create the maps that we use today, from the Canadian border to the Mexican border. So by doing this, they had to measure these great distances, and how they did it is what the Mount Lola story was about. During the wildfire season of 1878, it was widely reported throughout California that this intensity of this fire was massive, consuming hundreds of thousands of acres of wildlands. The records show dense smoke for weeks at a time. So George Davison and surveyors waited for a clear signature line so they could make these observations. Well, finally, the wildfire fire smoke did clear. So on August 1st, 1878, George Davison and his team member, Benjamin Colonna, who was on Mount Shasta, give me a moment here, finally observed the flashes of the heliotrope. What is a heliotrope? That's the title of this designation in a sense. Heliotrope is a mirrored surveying tool. I quote from Colonna's diary. At sunrise, I turned my telescope in the direction of Mount Lola, and there was the heliotrope, 169 miles off, shining like a star of the first magnitude. I gave a few flashes from my own, and they were at once answered by flashes from Lola. That was George Davison on Mount Lola flashing him back. This achievement allowed the team to accurately calculate these distances. The success of the survey was a point of national pride and set new global records demonstrating American scientific prowess and advancing the accuracy of continental mapping. Evidence of Davison's work can still be found on Mount Lola today. There's a small rock structure that still remains after 140 years. Beyond his work, I wanted to mention a couple things about Davison. Because Mount Lola, in many ways, is a national import to me, and I think possibly to you as well. He went on to distinguish himself in the scientific community. He served as the president of the California Academy of Sciences from 1871 to 1887. He became the first professor of geography at the University of California, Berkeley, and was one of the first charter members of the Sierra Club in 1892. With that, I hope I'm not taking too much time. I'd like to give you a brief visual overview of what I just mentioned. Let me see if this works. No. What I want to show you here is on the right-hand side is a photograph of the actual pedestal that still exists. In the center, you can see the pedestal surrounded by the dry stacked wall. Again, this is at 9,160 something feet in elevation. There is a photograph of Benjamin Colonna on Mount Shasta using his heliotrope mirrored surveying tool to flash Davison on Mount Lola, which was 169 miles distance. In this photograph, taken by a very famous photographer of the time, he was contracted by Davison to do this photographic history. This is Independence Lake, which is half in Sierra County and kind of half in Nevada County. So we share a joint interest with Sierra County here. This was his base camp to establish the supplies, the equipment, and the men that he would need to climb the 6-mile hike up to Mount Lola with his mule team that would pack the equipment up the hill. And the photo does date from 1878, circa 1878. To give you an idea of the topography of the Lola vicinity, I've included this slide. Clearly see Independence Lake on the right-hand side. So the lower half of Independence Lake, as it travels towards that red dot, is Nevada County, so real close to the Sierra County line. And you can see this steep terrain at the edge of Independence Lake. So the surveyors had to go around that and come in through the drainage of Coldstream Creek, which lies on that lower little blue line that travels on its way to the Little Truckee River. Well, they made their way up there, and they were there for weeks and weeks before that wildfire smoke cleared. One other thing I wanted to mention is the small lake to the west, which is, I think it's called Rock Lake, White Rock Lake. Thank you. Consultant Torben Erickson, sitting right here in the blue shirt, and I hiked up to Lola in 2022, I think it was, because we had heard there was a structure up there, but we had no idea what it was. So we thought a lot about it, and then that's what instigated the research that went into the information that I'm presenting today. These are the two gentlemen that I just spoke of in the earlier part of the program there, Davison and Colonna. I included this photograph because it clearly shows the stacked rock walls. It's a different peak. He returned a year later in 1879 to continue the survey on Lola as well as Round Top, which is in another county. I think it's El Dorado County, and it's at 10,000 feet. So you can imagine the endurance these guys had to get up in their area. They knew John Muir quite well, by the way. He was the one that showed them many of the paths that went up to some of these higher summits. This is the equipment they used. The telescope survey tool on the left is the actual one used, and it's in the Smithsonian today. That's the mirrored helioscope on the right, along with the telescope that you see on the left. That's me actually by the pedestal in 2022, showing you the stacked rock walls that still exist 140 years later. My hiking poles are there against the wall, and they're about 4 feet in height. So you can see the rock wall is between 4 to 6 feet in elevation. I thought I liked this picture. I took it from Hank Meals, one of our local historians. He's a great photographer, and he was looking to the westerly direction towards Mount Shasta. So I thought it was interesting to show the photo. I want to talk a little bit about how steep it is up there. In that little crevice below is Independence Lake, and a hiker is coming up from Independence Lake from the east, approaching the Mount Lola summit where the remnants are. 2,500-foot elevation gain. People even do it in the wintertime. So Mount Lola is significant for recreationists. And I don't think I'm capable of doing that, but maybe you are, but I don't recommend it. And of course, this is the end of the little program. I wanted to show you a photograph of Lola. I'm not sure when it was taken, but she was an interesting person in the early 1850s. And what I thought was interesting is the first references to Lola, Mount Lola, is in 1878. And the references that we found all go back to the Davis survey team. So in many ways, that's how that mountain got its name. If there's any questions, I sure would be happy to answer them.
Thank you so much, Chuck. The history is so fascinating, and wow, kudos to you for making that hike and figuring this out and helping us preserve that history. That's just absolutely fascinating. I'm going to turn over to my colleagues for comments and questions. Sue, do you want to start?
No, thanks. I'm just always amazed at all the fun stuff that you guys research and bring information back to us. It's really incredible the work that your team does. The
You can't
deep
pay us
dives.
enough to do it. It's just a lot of fun, right?
Yeah, I mean that's what I mean. This is all the passion you guys have. And I got to say, are you going to put a plaque there?
Forest Service does not want a plaque there.
Oh, how does that
I
not
forgot
surprise
to
me?
mention our main partner is the U.S. Forest Service. U.S. Forest Service, this in large part was made possible. She's a probably 25, 30-year archaeologist here in the Truckee area.
Nice.
If you don't know her, she's a wonderful person, and she's helped us on a variety of projects,
Okay,
including
that's
the
awesome.
Arastra that's up in the Meadow Lake area.
Okay, because I was going to ask who maintains that trail, so it's Forest Service.
Yes.
Yeah, that's awesome. No, congrats on another good thing. This is always so interesting.
Thank
I
you.
wouldn't even have known any of that information. So
Thank you.
kudos. Thank you all.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I've learned more about history in the last 2.5 years that I've been on the Board of Supervisors than the 45 years that I've lived in Nevada County. So thank you so much for the work that you've done. And some of these things that you've brought forward are so important to the history of our county and the preservation of those things. It's kind of what sets us aside from some other places in California that don't value the historical significance of the things that they have. And, you know, obviously I represent Grass Valley. Lola Montez is a huge icon in Grass Valley. There's a building named after her. There's a mural that was done. So it's just really cool to see that tie with the Eastern County as well. So thanks for all the hard work, and we really appreciate it, especially coming all the way up to Truckee today for the meeting. So
Yeah, we're 10 commissioners, and they all participate as a team. We work well together.
Yeah, thanks, Chuck. I learned a lot. I've heard and been there a lot, and I didn't know the backstory. Didn't know it was significant. That I was just thinking, because we think about it as East County, but if you're up there, and I've done this cross country, if you go kind of to the southwest, you go toward Meadow Lake, and then you go down to the Middle Fork of the Yuba, and then you go into Bloomfield, and then you go to Nevada City. And so like it's really in between East County and West County, that boundary peak, and then obviously Sierra County too. But the fun fact, the weather up at the top of Mount Lola, it can be like partly cloudy and Truckee, and if you go up there on a snowmobile or you ski and skin or whatever, it can be dumping snow and 30 feet of snow. It's crazy. It's just an incredible amount of snow and weather and weather effect. And also Mount Lola is one of the biggest waypoints for aerial navigation for airplanes. They come into Truckee. Everybody starts in Lola, coming from the west to north or anywhere, and then all over the Pacific Northwest. That point is a point in space. And then crazy wildflowers last forever up there, because you showed the picture with the snowbank, and the snow is, I mean, there's probably snow up there still right now, a little bit in little areas, but the wildflowers go on almost the whole season up there, which is really cool until it snows on them again. So yeah, thanks for all the work you guys do. I've as well learned more about local history from you over the course of my tenure here than ever before. So Appreciate it. It takes a lot of work to hike up there.
Yeah, oh, thank you. Our chairman, Bernie Zimmerman, is here, and he wanted me to mention that this will be in our upcoming publication of our landmarks of Nevada County. What was the other thing?
And it'll also be in the interactive map this winter.
All right. That's it.
Yeah, and the stone shelter, I think, it's like a lightning. If you're caught in a rainstorm or a lightning storm, I've been up there when it's been pouring rain. It wasn't lightning that day, but I think if it was lightning and you were unfortunate enough to be on top of that peak, you'd probably lay down underneath the rock shelter.
The shelter. Well,
Yeah.
one thing I was trying to show by that one photograph on tape, the other mountain, was that they would build wooden structures over for protection.
Yeah.
When those are long gone.
Yeah.
Yeah. And lastly, it is the highest peak north of Highway 80 in the Sierra Nevada.
Yeah.
So it's a significant structure. I mean,
And when you're up there, you look straight down into Independence. It's like
Right.
you look straight down on the back of that rock pile into the lake, which is a really cool view. And there's a plane crash, a historic plane crash at the edge of Independence Lake. The
you know
wreckage
where-
site's still
have
up
you
there.
seen it?
My son has.
Well, Corbin and I are going up there.
Yeah, you'll see
You
it.
got to find it. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. All right, let's open it up for public comment. Any public comment on this? I know the Historical Commission folks are here. Nope. Okay, any callers, Loriana? Nope, no callers. Okay.
No callers, Chair.
All right. All right, then we'll close public comment and bring it back to the board. I'm looking for a, let's see, we do need a vote, a motion for, to adopt the resolution.
I would move to adopt a resolution.
I second that.
Great, thanks.
Vote, please.
District 5,
Yes.
District 2,
Yes.
District 4,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 1.
Yes. Thank you so much, Chuck. Thanks to the whole commission for coming up. Fascinating. Thank you for all you do for our history.
You'll be seeing this.
All right. We're going to move on to item 23. To resolution accepting the nomination and designation of the Poet Laureate Karen Terry by the Nevada County Arts Council as the 4th Nevada County Poet Laureate. Eliza, why don't you go ahead and take it away?
Hello, hello. Do I sound okay? Yes, great. Okay. Well, I can't tell you how delighted I am to be on the same agenda along with Karen when we're talking about roundabouts, because of course I was born and brought up in the land of roundabouts, which is England. Anyway, yes, we are here to welcome an extraordinary poet who lives locally to Truckee, in Truckee, Karen Terry, Kat Terry. And I'm going to pull Kat up in a minute, but I'm going to begin just by talking a little bit about what the Poet Laureate program has been to date and what it is. So, how do I use this? Or maybe I don't. Yes, there we go. Brilliant. Okay, excellent. So, what is a poet laureate? You can barely read on the screen. It's someone chosen originally by kings, but now communities, to represent a region. Poet laureates might compose poems to mark important moments, actively engage and support others to develop a love of poetry and its potential, and inspire literary initiatives of meaning to residents. And a laureate refers to wearing a crown of laurel leaves, a symbol of honor since ancient Greek times for poets and heroes. Our Nevada County Poet Laureate program was inaugurated at Sierra Poetry Festival in 2017 in the presence of California Poet Laureate Dana Joya, former chair of the National Endowment for the Arts, and to mark the special designations by the state given to our California cultural districts. Most recently, California Poet Laureate Lee Herrick has joined us on stage and in our parks alongside our most recent past Poet Laureate, Kern Casey. If we might move to the next slide. Wonderful. But before I speak about Kirsten, I just want a moment about our inaugural Poet Laureate, Molly Fisk. Over the course of her 2-year tenure, Molly supported a community-written wall poem, ran daily writing prompts for residents, and led free monthly poetry hours across the whole county, as well as authoring poems of relevance locally. In 2019, she was awarded an Academy of American Poets Laureate Fellowship, one of only 13 inaugural fellowships nationwide. The fellowship supported her work as a poet and helped her launch an important new project called Fire and Water to help children write about the fires and floods that are increasingly devastating our state as a way to help them process trauma and uncertainty. Fire and Water accumulated in a collection of poetry and public readings across Nevada County and across the state. And then here I'm going to speak a little bit. I'm actually going to go on. If you could move one more. Yes, that's right. Chris Ollender. So Chris was our next Poet Laureate between 2019 and 2021. So really that spanned COVID. He's a bioeducator and has taught with California poets in the schools since 1984. As Poet Laureate, he wrote fresh new poems about nature, the climate, and social justice. Chris's poem Monarch was sent to you, the Nevada County Board of Supervisors, to Governor Gavin Newsom, to local, state, and national legislators, our state parks, our Department of Fish and Wildlife, the National Park Service, and an array of other national environmental groups. And if I might go back to Kirsten now. So you begin to see how poetry takes shape and its purposes and value locally and in global ways as well. So Kirsten, our most recent past Poet Laureate, is regional coordinator for California Poets in the Schools. She has annually trained our county judges for poetry out loud in the schools and was founding coordinator for Nevada County Arts Council's International Children's Poetry Exchange, Dream a Difference, since 2017, which was a national pilot that we inaugurated here in Nevada County. Through Dream a Difference, she coached with us children in poetry at Washington and Grizzly Hill schools in Nevada County, connecting with youth in schools and refugee camps in Jordan, Palestine, Syria, Malaysia, and Zimbabwe. In 2020, Kirsten co-edited Molly Fisk's Academy of American Poets Laureate project, California Fire and Water, a Climate Crisis. And I'm not sure if I included a slide, Carissa, on our new Youth Poet Laureate. Did I do that? Wonderful. This year, we also inaugurated a Youth Poet Laureate program and welcomed Joey Henry, a senior at school here in Nevada County. She's working closely with Nevada County libraries on helping to spur and inspire literacy across the board with our local youth. So it's wonderful. And I'm sure that sooner or later we'll have her in front of you up here in Truckee too. So let's move on to Kat, because Kat is a much better public speaker than I am. And Kat, come on up. I want to welcome you. It's so great that at last we have a Poet Laureate here in Truckee. And of course, this is a county-wide program that sees us partnering with you, our Board of Supervisors, and specifically Nevada County Libraries. So Kat, please tell our friends a little bit about how you see the role and what you've already achieved. It's remarkable.
Thanks so much, Eliza. I'm so grateful to be here, and thank you to everyone. This is our community is what makes a Poet Laureate program happen. It's about valuing the arts and community and what that can bring really intangibly to our communities. So I just wanted briefly to tell you guys what I've been up to. I've been doing this for 4 months now, and I actually have done quite a bit already. I have to say it was exhausting. I wrote a report last night that I'd love to share, Carissa, or somehow with the board after the meeting. But I started March 4th. We had a Passing of the Laurels event at Alibi and Brewery in downtown Truckee. Standing room only, over 120 people were there for poetry. Who would think that that would happen? We had a 2-hour open mic. People from all over the community, all ages, stood up and performed their own poems. It was really touching and moving. And since then, through July 3rd, because I traveled a bunch in July, I performed and hosted over 40 events throughout the county. And those varied. I'm closely supported by Eliza Tudor with Nevada County Arts Council and Kelly Cutler with Truckee Cultural District. I've been going into the schools, so 3 school classes in particular this spring in May and June. I was able to go to a 6th grade and a sophomore high school class and a 1st grade class. And these were in Tahoe Expeditionary Academy and at CELS. And I'm looking forward to reaching out to more classes in the schools over the this next year that just started this week, right? Another thing that I was really excited to do was to work for the first time with TruckeePride.org and do a workshop and an open mic, and that was at Church of the Mountains, a new beautiful venue available for public events here in Truckee. And I worked with a high school student there to promote these events and to bring people in. Reaching out to the youth is one of the most rewarding parts of being a poet laureate. And there's also, I worked with the Dark Skies Initiative here in Truckee and supported that program. I was here, I think, a month and a half ago, reading a poem for the Dark Skies here for Truckee Town Council. And then also supporting the Tahoe Literary Festival and the Truckee Literary Crawl that happened. And in April 5th, this was the first I did a community poem to bring together all of the writers who performed in Truckee throughout all the downtown businesses and art galleries, the open mic we had afterwards on April 5th, and created this beautiful broadside, which is a cento. I want to give this to the board. But I want to read to you guys a poem. This is a new poem, and it is specifically about working with the 1st grade class, which was CELS. And this was on, let's see, what day was this? This was in May, the last day in May 30th. And I was working with Justine Minzinski. Can't say her last name, but this was the 1st grade crew with CELS. And she wanted me to come out and work on writing poems with them. They were doing poems on endangered animals and climate change, science-focused poetry. And these are 1st graders, and they were camping out that night for their first camp out at Donner Lake. So I went out to their campsite that morning as they were unpacking up their stuff and worked with them. Afterwards, I was so moved by these kids and the parents and the teachers working with these children that I wrote this poem, and this is for them. And it's called Things I Wish I'd Said to the 1st graders Today at Donner Lake. A girl writes one line. She asks a tree, "What's up?" She writes what that tree says back. I wish I'd said that these hovering parents and teachers here won't cut your lunch budget. They won't call you a freeloader as you look up, ask me how to write chaste, how to write mosquito. I'm ready now to read my poem. Can I go next? One boy shows me his quiet sentence. I saw a bat. Together we spell, it chases a mosquito. A whole story in a night walk with the ranger. I see you, slack-mouthed one, hanging back until you sit on a rock to write, then focused. I wish I'd said don't internalize vitriol against you, making heartbreak from the slang of expectations. I wouldn't mention the MIT class president banned from walking her graduation. the congressional aide handcuffed by icemen, the family of 5 tied with twisties. What does a 5-year-old look like in handcuffs? Wait, I have more to write, one says quickly. What are we doing here today? Holding back a bleeding nose, listening to a sobbing child heave his thin shoulders, waiting in the campground bathroom for you to finish peeing.
our partners, where residents of the greater Truckee area could haul and drop off their green waste at one of these events. So OES also recognizes the importance of serving our citizens in unincorporated areas of Nevada County. And what we did is we scheduled bin delivery as an equitable measure for those citizens. What we did is we coordinated drop-off times and locations with residents, specifically here in Russell Valley, and we were able to remove a substantial amount of debris through these efforts. Here's a nice photo of our partners. We've got Nevada County OES, the Town of Truckee, and Truckee Fire Department all collaborating at one of the drop-off events. Okay, so let's put all this into numbers. So this slide was actually updated since I made this presentation. And in Russell Valley in particular, there were an additional 2 bins that we were able to collect and remove. And through these targeted green waste initiatives, OES was able to facilitate the removal of 840 cubic yards of debris from 277 vehicles just here on the east side of the county. So to put that into perspective, that's roughly 3 full-size school buses packed to the brim with green waste, or 3,800 wheelbarrows. So it's quite a substantial amount of debris that was pulled out of the East County. So these initiatives are important because they empower citizens to manage their defensible space by providing a temporary transfer site for yard debris at no cost. Okay, so now I want to shift our focus to the community scale. Back in February of 2023, OES and the Truckee Fire Protection District signed a memorandum of understanding. What this started off as was a full-time OES County Wildfire Coordinator working in the Truckee Fire Protection District office, but now it's evolved to a department-wide cross-pollination effort. So just since May of this year, OES staff has spent over 30 hours working with TPFD on things like process improvement, two-way knowledge transfer, and joint project development. So this collaboration has not only improved some of the outcomes here on the east side of the county, but it's created a more unified approach to serving our community and responding to challenges here on the east side. Okay, I'm going to stick at the community scale here. So another community level activity that OES has orchestrated here is the expansion and the formalization of our quarterly wildfire stakeholders group. If you don't remember, the quarterly wildfire stakeholders group is composed of about 75 members from nearly 40 unique organizations who share a common goal of increasing wildfire mitigation efforts and galvanizing community resilience. This collaborative is a driving force behind developing a pipeline of priority projects that are in alignment with our 2025 Community Wildfire Protection Plan. So as this group has evolved, we now hold half of our meetings here in Truckee. Our last meeting was in June, where we toured projects that were conducted by our partners in the East County to learn about some of their challenges and look for opportunities to join forces and support their efforts. All right, and finally, I'm going to take us up to the landscape level, which brings me to our Good Neighbor Agreement. So just 1 year ago in July of 2024, this board approved the first ever Good Neighbor Agreement between Nevada County and the Tahoe National Forest. This unique type of agreement allows OES to collaborate with our federal partners and co-develop some mutual benefit wildfire abatement projects and forest health projects specifically on federal land. This photo that you can see up in the upper right-hand corner is a series of road networks that our Good Neighbor Agreement allows us to target for wildfire abatement. All right, so since this agreement was approved by the board last year, we've awarded a contract to a local East County contractor to complete 110 acres of roadside shaded field break, which is located just between Prosser and Stampede reservoirs. OES is provided and will continue to provide administrative support, and we're working in lockstep with the Truckee Ranger District to manage this contractor and the project itself. So with that, I want to turn it over to District Ranger Jonathan Cook Fisher to talk a little bit more about Good Neighbor Agreements. Thank you.
Thanks, and thanks for the invitation. Good to see you. I'm going to start at an even higher level here for a minute, which is, you may not know this, but what we're doing in Nevada County with your assistance, be it in recreation, in Pines to Mines, or Good Neighbor Agreements and roadside fuels reduction, I think we're really setting the stage for other counties and other governments to be successful. We're doing stuff here, be it Class 1 e-bikes on Pines to Mines, or handing off the administration of contracts to the county to help us along county roads. Very few places are doing this. So I think what we're doing is really establishing a benchmark for others to hopefully live up to. Just want to put that in the room. That's the kind of good governance I think we're doing with things like Good Neighbor Agreements. Essentially, let me frame it this way, which is our goal in the Tahoe National Forest over the next 3 years is to not just be a high producing forest in terms of timber output, it's to be amongst the top in California in terms of product and volume going out. And so we have established or set a target for ourselves to be the #1 provider of timber to market in California. But that's still going to take time, effort, and energy. So what we need in the interim is still steps that are going to help reduce the risks of catastrophic fire across the landscape while we plan the big projects. That's where roadside fuels reduction is so important. We're almost buying ourselves, I like to think, insurance, which is we have 300 miles of road across the district and across the county in which now you can help assist us through this agreement to do shaded fuel breaks 100 to 150 feet on either side of the road. We're talking about now having a football field worth of shaded fuel breaks along this road network. Safer ingress, safer egress, safer firefighter access. And then when we do have the start, no telling where that might be, we now have line already pre-installed for our fire suppression units to go and attack that fire directly, right? So it just makes complete sense. Let's plan for the landscape level restoration, but in the meantime, let's bias the tactical insurance along these roads to make it easier for everybody. And that's what we're doing through this agreement. And let's go, nope, wrong way. So 3 years ago, we signed a decision memo that allowed for up to, I think, 300 miles of road to be cleared across. It was actually a combination of Nevada County and Sierra County. And most recently, we targeted 110 acres here in Nevada County near the reservoirs in sort of a high risk, high use area where we do have a lot of dispersed fires and a lot of starts. Also, it provides better protection to drinking water supplies in Reno. So we're able to bring in a bunch of different cooperators to help fund this work. And the work itself is pretty straightforward. We've seen so much of this elsewhere. It's essentially a shaded fuel break where we're trying to reduce the fuels, like I said, out to 100 to 150 feet. Ideally, and the decision provides for it, is that we would come in with prescribed fire and burn along the road at some point in the future. Now, prescribed fire windows can be very tricky for us, especially up here in the high country, but that's what the decision called for. I like to think that someday, maybe with the right equipment and funding and planning, is that this type of work is something we do as just good governance on a regular basis. It's on some schedule in which we are consistently providing for this fuels reduction work. You can really imagine that if a fire is coming across this landscape, this is exactly the type of pre-treatment that we want in place. And in fact, in the Bear Fire last year, as it approached the community of Loyalton, it ran into a roadside fuels reduction project, and that's where we held it. So this work is invaluable. It's clearly visible, and I think People like seeing their tax dollars going directly into practical, immediate work to help us on this issue of wildland fire. Kind of breaking it down, it's in these three parts: critical need for long-term maintenance of fuel breaks. I've described that. Public safety, ingress and egress, fire suppression operations, giving our firefighters better tactical advantage when they go direct. One thing that's not in here, though, too, is that it's good efficiency. Nevada County right now has the right staff to help us with RFPs and contracting and contract oversight. Maybe the Forest Service is pivoting more towards timber production, timber output, right? So governments continue to kind of wax and wane based on priorities and where things are alignment. So with good neighbor agreements, we can use each other's use each other's staff to our advantage to get the same mutual beneficial work done, depending on where the priorities may be at any given time. And just some more work. This was out by Prosser Reservoir. Any questions?
All right. Thank you so much for this great presentation and good pictures. These are always so helpful to see what you're really doing out there. Did you want to say some more things, Alex? Nope, you're all done? Okay, because I was just jumping right in. And you know, those good neighbor agreements, I'm sure you were waiting to, it took us years to get this in place. I definitely want us as a county to be sharing with other counties that it can be done. And this is what it looks like when you do it. I hope you're doing that within your organization as well, letting them know these can work. They don't need to take years to get put into place. This is fantastic, fantastic stuff. I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues on the board. Rob, nothing? Hardy?
Yeah, thanks for the update. It was good to get, I've asked questions about it and I know I've heard it coming for the last year, but it's awesome to see the pictures, and I haven't been out there in a while. I was out there in the spring before it happened, but I haven't been out lately. So it's cool to see all the pictures, and welcome Alex to the team. It's awesome to have a forester on the roster. Interesting, I was thinking when we attended NACO, the National Association of Counties, we had the Deputy Forest Service Chief as one of our speakers at Public Lands, my Public Lands Committee. And one of the kind of directives that is coming out of the current administration and the leadership is this whole concept of good neighbor agreements. They come in many formats, which I'm sure John knows way more about this, but kind of communities really handling what's important to their community through agreements and then jumping into the mix to help the Forest Service, whether it's accomplishing NEPA or CEQA or doing botany or biology or ARC or whatever the case may be to get some of this work off the ground, while you focus on timber and pulling saw logs out and getting back to kind of a timber-driven, productivity out of a forest, which our forest used to be, I don't know how many millions of feet we used to sell, but before the sawmill thing collapsed in the 70s, we used to sell a lot of timber, and that the revenue from that timber maintained the roads and did fuels modification projects and took care of all kinds of other things. Yeah, schools. I mean, the schools SRS funding is critical. So it's interesting that we're trying to get back there. I'm a huge supporter of that. And I hope with our Alpenglow sawmill, which I'll give a little update on later, is a part of that whole infrastructure and environment ecosystem to get saw logs out of the woods and maintain our forests in a way that we don't have to pay to do fuels reduction, but the fuels reduction is a byproduct of doing good forest management. So great work there. The one question, and I want to thank you for the quarterly wildfire group. That's awesome. I get calls on that from different constituents who are tied in because it's not quite the developed system that we have in West County for different individual groups. So thank you for leading that charge and getting those people in one room and talking about it. I get great calls on that. And then I just want to mention too that Trisha and her crew share road responsibilities on many of the road systems that Jonathan is describing out there, the whole zone that's kind of north and west of Truckee. And so we share the U.S. Forest Service / county road. It gets graded and taken care of every spring. So your forest stuff hopefully can, helps us maintain those roads. Are huge. And then finally, just the overlap between recreation and all this work, because all the areas you showed are like big OHV areas, equestrian and cycling trails. So as we do this work, we make it more inviting for people to actually kind of capitalize on that recreation environment. So thanks again. And I just want to acknowledge, I know the Forest Service is quite challenged lately in all kinds of areas, but at least as one elected body, we've always had a tight partnership with you, and we're going to be here to help everybody get through it and kind of take care of the community. Like we talked about earlier, we're in this small rural community and we're too small to let any individual stakeholder fall behind. So hopefully we can stay tight together and keep doing this good neighbor work. And I don't know, are you going to update us maybe on the Truckee fire? Or maybe you could just mention briefly the big fuels modification project happening over by Glenshire?
Sure. I cannot speak specifically to the logistics of the project. I can tell you that in one of the projects Truckee Fire Protection District is working on, we offered them a right of entry so that they could include a small amount. It's 0.8 acres of county land, which I think just speaks to overall our collaboration with Truckee Fire Protection District and understanding of their different projects. And Alex, are you more familiar with the project that the supervisor is speaking of?
Yeah, I know peripherally about that project a bit. Truckee Fire is putting a lot of resource and energy into the greater Glenshire area. I believe they're trying to start operating very soon, and we're actually using the same operator that is working on this project as well. So there's been a lot of discussion and note-taking and trading really on tactics and how to employ. So I think that they're going to be starting implementation as soon as possible on that project.
Yeah, it essentially goes from Highway 267 all the way to Highway 80, behind Truckee, behind Martis Lake, behind Glenshire, Martis Peak, Juniper Hills, and then wraps back down into Firstdale, which is unincorporated Nevada County. So it's the first time in history that that dot will be connected all the way from this highway to that highway. Yeah, thank you.
No, except for thanks for the presentation. It is just wonderful to see us working together to make forests look like they used to. I think that's the challenge. We've got a lot of work ahead of us, but it's when you see these kind of pictures, it's kind of refreshing. I love that. And when we get back to this healthy forest, we're all going to enjoy it much more. So it'll be the safety version of. So kudos to the collaborations that come, because that's the only way we get things done. It takes a village, and I think that's the most important of that. And welcome, Alex. I'm sure you're wonderful to have you here for that forest side. So we got that Team Alex now. I like that. I'm going to have to make sure I use the last name every time I write. So, but anyway, really appreciate the presentation and really appreciate the collaboration we're having with Forest Service. So look forward to it. Just keep growing.
All right, let's open it up for public comment. Any public comment on this? And any callers, Madam Clerk?
No callers, Chair.
Okay, public comment. Okay, we're going to close public comment and bring it back to the board for any final comments, or just calling for a motion to accept the presentation.
I will do the motion.
Okay. All right.
Second.
Okay, so it's just a voice vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right. Well done. Thank you very
Thank you.
much. Thanks for taking the time as well to be here today, both of you, all three of you. Okay, so we're running a little early. Can we bring maybe not the public hearing, but Shivati?
Yes, so item 26 is ready for you.
26?
And then our
Fantastic.
presenter for item 27 is also here.
Yep,
So we could do
yes.
those two items before your 11 o'clock. It's a timed item, but it is okay if you're a few minutes late for that 11
Right.
item.
Yep. Thank you. All right. So our next item, Tricia, is informational presentation from CDA regarding recreation in Eastern Nevada County.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. Tricia Tillotson, your Community Development Agency Director. And it's my pleasure to introduce the informational presentation on recreation in Eastern County. So with that, Shivati Karki-Pearl, our Senior Administrative Analyst, will provide the presentation. Shivati?
Thank you, Tricia. I've already been introduced. I'm Shivati Karki-Pearl, a Senior Administrative Analyst for Recreation with the CDA agency, and it's my pleasure to provide a presentation on recreation in Nevada, in Eastern Nevada County today. So just for everybody's context, the Eastern Nevada County, which is District 5, essentially, includes the town of Truckee, communities of Soda Springs, Washington, Graniteville, Hirschdale, Boca, Floreston, and the unincorporated areas along highways 49, 20, 89, and Interstate 80, bordering your district. So it goes it's our largest district. The Adopted last year, the Recreation and Resiliency Master Plan essentially guides the county's decision-making with our vision that is shaped by the stakeholders and partnerships. It calls for connected coordination systems and which aligns with our 4 goals of enhancing recreation access, supporting health and safety, supporting economic growth, and of course, preserving our natural resource assets. So I'd like to go over snapshots of all the projects that we are undergoing in Eastern Nevada County, with a reminder that all the work in recreation is being done with our partners, because Nevada County itself obviously does not own recreation lands or parks, but we make recreation possible by uniting our federal, state, and local organizations that do that. And we convene, we provide resources, provide networking, assist with grants, and of course, strong advocacy provided by you, our Board of Supervisors. So recreation collaboration and advocacy in this past year has been very important to what's available to all our constituents. Starting with a letter written by our supervisors to the Forest Service chief requesting action on 3 trail projects that had stalled. Namely the Pines to Mines, the Jordan Creek Bridge, and the Pioneer Trail, after delays due to various changes within the Forest Service. Supervisor Hardy Bullock, our newly appointed vice chair for the National Association of Counties Outdoor Recreation Subcommittee, we thank you for advancing a resolution urging Congress to increase funding and streamlining hiring for federal land agencies, which is critical to our recreation and tourism economy. Chair Hall, in your National Emergency Preparedness and Rural Affairs roles, you co-sponsored and secured adoption of wildfire insurance policy changes that'll shape NACO for a platform for years to come. So really thank you for that. And I would also like to thank our 3 other board members who are actively supporting and the recreation program in their jurisdictions through their guidance and active participation. The economic development and recreation staff are active in California Jobs First Outdoor Recreation and Tourism Cohort, which is a multi-jurisdictional collaboration. We convened the Pines to Mines Alliance and are working to connect nearly 80 miles of connected trails from Truckee to Nevada City. It's our region's only long-distance, single-track, multi-use backcountry route for hikers, bikers, and equestrians. This year, we hosted the very first Nevada County Parks and Rec Collaborative Conference, bringing together park officials to network, address challenges, as well as share best practices. And in May, our inaugural recreation fair, we had over 65 exhibitors with food vendors, about 400 visitors. It showcased year-round recreation resiliency and stewardship opportunities, and it also included key representatives from Eastern Nevada County. Last month, we partnered with the Outdoor Alliance to host Congressman Kylie's senior staff, building awareness around high-use recreation off of Highway 20. We'll continue to pursue federal earmark funding for priority recreation projects. And then finally, everybody in attendance here is probably familiar with the Convene, Champion, and Catalyze meetings hosted by Supervisor Bullock. So next, I would like to provide project updates in a snapshot format. So Outdoor Visitor Safety Fund has funded about 4 projects in this region, starting with the Station 82. Station 82 is a project which was led by the Consolidated Fire District, and the project improves traffic flow, provides safer off-highway parking, creates clear trail access, and allows emergency vehicle entry and supports future amenities, advancing the county's vision for enhanced outdoor recreation. And this timing aligns really well with the Tahoe National Forest completion of the 1.2 miles of Pioneer Trail reroutes, which restored 15 miles of continuous trails, which will be an important segment of the 80-mile Pines to Mines Trail. Next, we have the same fund also supported the Community Trail Stewardship Program efforts of Truckee Dirt Union. They purchased equipment, which includes mobile tool trailers, powered wheelbarrows, public announcement and communication systems, electronic trail use tracking devices, first aid kits, etc., which has allowed them to host 12 plus successful community stewardship and events. Stewardship events utilizing that equipment and many more. Next one that we supported through the Outdoor Visitor Safety Fund is the Your Valley Recreation Improvements, which supports the restoration efforts of the Truckee River Watershed Council. The tasks underway include culvert removal, bridge across the Prosser Creek, installing an equestrian crossing, broadwalk construction, and a half-mile of stream restoration. The last one supported, the next one supported is the Truckee Trails Foundation, enhanced public amenities and environmental safety for recreationalists at the Glenshire access point of the Truckee River. And this includes, this is also shored with funds coming from CDWF. The scope of the project includes wall toilets, picnic tables at the Truckee River access, signage at 7 trail locations, trail counters, trail ambassadors, and then portable restrooms and dumpsters being provided at the Dorner Summit during summer season. Pines to Mines Trail, which everybody's heard of. It's we continue convening the Pines to Mines Alliance, which includes the USFS, Truckee Trails Foundation, which is the lead organization, Truckee Donner Land Trust, Gold Country Trails Council, Bicyclists of Nevada County, and the County of Nevada. The trail has actually kicked off segment 3 of the trail after, I think, almost 10 years ago since the trail was conceptualized. So that's great news for us. We also helped TTF submit a pre-application to the Wildlife Conservation Board for funding. The Hirschdale Bridge project is underway. The temporary bypass is complete, and staging is happening under the current bridge to facilitate removal of the old bridge. And the existing bridge demo is scheduled to start very shortly. Van Norden Meadow at Soda Springs. This supports the restoration efforts that were initiated by Truckee Donner Land Trust, Forest Service, South Huber River Citizens League, and of course, Truckee Donner Association. The board has earmarked $500,000 for facilitating the build of a recreation visitor center at the meadow. Our RFP for the design work is currently open, and we hope that we expect selection of a contractor to be completed by September 23rd. And the scope of design work, it includes a parking area, vault toilets, kiosks with trail information, interpretive signage, picnic tables, and structural or tree shaded areas. So I would be remiss to not mention local partner highlights and organizations that provide recreation in addition in this region. The first name that comes to mind, of course, is the Truckee Donner Recreation and Park District. They currently are undergoing a comprehensive master plan creation, and it's in process with design workshop. They've hosted summer camps throughout the summer, serving roughly 245 kids each day in preschool through 8th grade. They are also partnering on the defensible space projects, partnering with the airport and fire districts at the Ponderosa Golf Course, West End Beach, Regional Park, and Community Recreation Center. And then they have ongoing summer operations at West End Beach, Donner Lake Boat Launch, Music in the Park series, various adult sports league events, and many more community events. Next is Truckee Donner Land Trust. They have done a marvelous job, as always, in successfully protecting the 117 acres of Jackass Ridge, which is a very popular trail, and many other nonprofits are also working on that trail. Right above Highway 89. The Donner Lake Rim Trail project continues. They're breaking ground on southern stretch from Coldstream Canyon to Donner Summit Royal Gorge. And a new trailhead is planned by them at Johnson Canyon with trailhead improvements and new interpretive center at the lower Carpenter Valley. And then, of course, there's Town of Truckee. So Town of Truckee has 4 key projects right now in recreation underway. The first is Riverview Sports Park Trail Connection Project. It's a new 1,400 Class 1 multi-use trail partially funded by the Federal Highways Administration's Recreational Trails Program grant, and it's scheduled for completion this fall. Truckee Dirt Trail Grant Program. It's funded by voter-approved Measure U. This new pilot program launches in 2025 to support planning, design, and construction of dirt trails identified in the Truckee Trails and Bikeways Master Plan of 2015. The Town of Truckee Class 1 trail maintenance, since adopting the maintenance of all Class 1 multi-use trails in 22, the town has repaved and added many miles using Measure U funds. Becky's not here. I don't know the exact miles that have been added. And then the Deubeyu Mawe Park, opening in fall of 2025 along the Truckee River in downtown. This new park will feature river views, interpretive signage, art, gathering areas, restrooms, and trail access. And last but not least, we have upcoming the Heart of Gold Gravel Race. This will be held on October 18th, kicking off from Nevada City's Pioneer Park over 3 course options, but it ranges 28 to 70 miles through a beautiful forested areas and the rivers. And the Heart of Gold Gravel Race, founded by Supervisor Bullock, is a fundraiser for 5 nonprofits in support of teen mental health. These are Child Advocates of Nevada County as the lead organizer this year, in collaboration with Bright Futures for Youth, Youth Bicyclists of Nevada County, and the Heart of Gold Teen Therapy. And more information is available at heartofgoldgravel.com. So with that, I conclude my updates of recreation in Nevada, in Eastern Nevada County. And I want to say that recreation in Nevada County thrives thanks to the passion and involvement and efforts of all our stakeholders, users, and volunteers. And I thank also the board for its continuous support, and our partners for making it possible for residents to enjoy our open spaces and organized recreation with the resources that are available to us. So thank you.
Thank you, Shivati. That's a lot going on up here, Hardy, Bullock. Wow.
I had to go through it really fast.
All right, I'm going to turn it over to you to start on this one.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I don't have too many questions or comments. Just thank you for summarizing all that great information. I'm one of the fortunate, Supervisor Tucker and myself get pretty routine updates through the ad hoc on this. So yeah, it was excellent. We've made a ton of progress in our involvement in all of the recreation, both forget always the term we use, but organic and organized, is getting more and more and more. I just want to mention at NACO again. It was a fascinating conference, but we had a recreation ad hoc subcommittee at NACO that I'm a part of, and Supervisor Hall was on it before. But they had a guest speaker from the director. He's the director of recreation for the state of Massachusetts, and he had this whole presentation on recreation as an economic driver. And it was very analytical, empirical, kind of data driven, which was fascinating to me because it took a lot of the things that we know inherently or anecdotally, and it kind of transferred them into this data driven presentation of economies that grow and live and die on recreation, and how important it is for recreation based economies they continue to be supported by government. It was also interesting that the state of California does not have a Department of Recreation, but many other states do. And so I think I'm going to maybe do some advocacy to see if our state can get involved, because I feel like, I mean, if you think of one thing in California, visitor tourism and recreation, I mean, I do. And also
it's
Silicon
the
Valley.
largest in the GDP for the country.
Right. Thank you.
For
Yeah,
recreation,
he
yeah.
did mention that. He actually called California out on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we do great at capitalizing on it. I mean, I think as time goes on, it's one of those intangible pieces of our community that we can count on, right? Like if you want to live in Nevada County, you're going to live in a place where you can have awesome access to recreation, whether it's the river or the park systems or trails or whatever the case may be. So it definitely is part of our community, and thanks for supporting it. And definitely appreciate and doing some good work in your district too with the Bear River and the NID properties, and looking at how we can capitalize on making recreation accessible on the river.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that. You pointed to the map, how large Hardy's district is.
26. We were taking public comment. Understand we don't still have the internet connection. Is that right, Loriana?
That is correct.
Okay, so we're going to close public comment and come back to the board. And I need a motion to accept the presentation, and we'll do a voice vote.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, all in favor of accepting the presentation?
Aye.
Okay, thank you so much. Thanks again, Shivati and Tricia. Well done. We're going to go on to item 27 because we have our visitors here. John, is he still in here? Okay. So yeah, let's just take a moment. John Wentworth. There he is. Sorry about that. We fooled you. We're going to do your item next. So our next item is being brought by myself and Supervisor Bullock, and it's a resolution adopting California's joint strategy for sustainable outdoor recreation and wildfire resilience. There's kind of a theme in this meeting. So Tricia, thank you for starting this off on this one.
Well, thank you. And good morning again, Tricia Tillotson, Community Development Agency Director. And I wanted to thank Shivati Karki-Pearl, our Senior Administrative Analyst, for really helping to put this together. So today we're recommending adoption of California's joint strategy for sustainable outdoor recreation and wildfire resilience as a non-mandatory guiding document. This statewide framework aligns with our Recreation and Resiliency Master Plan and Community Wildfire Protection Plan. It really integrates wildfire risk reduction, sustainable recreation, and economic resilience while enhancing our competitiveness for funding and strengthening interagency collaboration. So we're joined by two key leaders today who helped shape the strategy. That's a tongue twister. John Wentworth, President and CEO of the Mammoth Lakes Trails and Public Access Foundation, whose organization led the development of the joint strategy and was recognized by the U.S. Forest Service as Partnership of the Year. And Stacy Corliss, Public Affairs and Community Engagement Consultant, a former Mono County Supervisor and past chair of Rural County Representatives of California, Nevada County to a coordinated statewide effort to protect our public lands, strengthen community well-being, and sustain our recreation economy. So with that, I'll invite John up. John?
Morning. Okay, good. Good morning. Thank you all for the opportunity to be here. It's always great to be working regionally and working with partners across the entire Sierra Nevada region. And as Supervisor Bullock pointed out, there is kind of a void in the state of California. This is one of the few opportunities we all have to engage with California-based opportunities. This is the Joint Strategy for Sustainable Outdoor Recreation and Wildfire Resilience. It's a document that was put together through the Wildfire Task Force. A little background on me. I'm here with the Mammoth Lakes Trails and Public Access Foundation. I'm also an elected official in Mammoth Lakes. I serve on the town council, a number of boards and organizations down in Mono Nino County. We started with some in Mammoth Lakes that would be critical for backcountry access as well as for front country trail system. We started with something that looks like this. They may be familiar. I think I'm talking to folks who are familiar with maps that look like this, overlapping jurisdictions, a whole mess of different colors. Nothing makes any sense. The public's confused. So we pulled that all together into a Mammoth Lakes trail system. And I want to shout out for my good friend and colleague, Jonathan Cook Fisher, who did time down in Mono County, the Mammoth Lakes Ranger District, who was a key partner as well in pulling all this whole thing together. So out of this effort and efforts related to recreation in Mammoth Lakes, we really started running up against this barrier with the state of California. The state of California had legislation that went to the governor's office, I think 3 times to establish an Office of Outdoor Recreation in California. 3 times it was turned down. There's something culturally amiss here. This is not about common sense or doing the right thing. As a Supervisor Bullock understands, I think there's 24 states now in the United States that have offices of outdoor recreation. California with the most significant presence. For some reason, it doesn't seem to get over the finish line. So we pulled together state, federal partners to draft a proposal for a vision for outdoor recreation in California that aligns with state policy and objectives, 30 by 30, nature-based solutions, equity, these kinds of things. That's what this document is. And from this document, this was put together during COVID, and it really speaks to the flood of visitors we all had during that period, but also points very specifically to the roles of the state to play in the outdoor recreation economy that drives so much of economic activity in the state of California. So from this document, the Wildfire Task Force had an action plan. There's a gentleman named Patrick Wright, who I think some of you know is involved in the Tahoe Conservancy, who's now the lead of the Wildfire Task Force. He called me up one day and said, hey, look, we've got a recreation element in this action plan. And would you be willing to pull something together for this? I said, sure, of course we would. And the specific the line item in that action plan was to develop a joint strategy to improve access to sustainable recreation. Great, thank you very much. We'll run with that. We pulled together many working groups associated with the task force. Our Vision Thing Alive. And honestly, and Jim Bacon, who's head of recreation. Region 5. Pulled that group together. We had a number of meetings. Again, this is all happening. The item was well received, and at the end of the day, Region 5 of the Forest Service awarded this work year in 2022, which is a nice sort of a comfort. And why not? Because as we all know, half of this California is managed by the federal government. 50% of the land mass of the state of California is federally managed. Think of the recreation opportunities statewide that we all know that we have. This is something that we need to figure out a way to get the state willing to this. And the challenge of this, as stated, was to find a new way to integrate outdoor into state policy, into state priorities. Section of fire and recreation opportunity to that. So, quick overview of what's in the strategy. There are 4 that are involved in this. For sustainable outdoor recreation, fair actions. And as mentioned, should choose to opt the voluntary things. These are guiding things that count on a county by county jurisdiction. It's going to fit. What can we use and we things? Advancing access for all throughout California, key priority for all of us here in California. Key actions include statewide school programming, minimizing the impact of wildfire-related area and facility closures to public recreation. These are all things that have been learned from community experience going through these wildfire issues. The health and well-being of all Californians throughout the region. In the middle is pretty interesting because, you know, we have fire smoke ends up in Bay in San Francisco, that ends up in the municipal area. This is a statewide thing here. So how do we start? So in for folks that are suffering for those types of impacts. And finally, to support the economies and enhance the sustainable progression in the county, down in the eastern Sierra, up in northern. Integration, tourism, and outdoor recreation is just critical to our quality of life. That keeps everybody alive. People action are aimed for this particular goal, but these are things that practitioners, volunteers can look at from to implement things. And implementation is key. It was a little tricky coming out of this because that the state or the federal government would step up and say, okay, push this thing out. We're going to get this thing. And you know, the crickets rose up. That's where we were. So we've taken this on to start taking this out, looking at a county by to get adopted so that communities have the tools to deal with these types of problems. So Mammoth Lake, we're lucky to have great NGOs and nonprofit organizations. We CC is working very closely with on a number of different fronts that have identified the wildfire threat in Mammoth Lakes, which is significant. It's a big deal. So they've identified all this, but look at the map, recreation infrastructure. These are all the trails that these are all the intersection of the wildfire threat and the things that drive either one of these things to be impacted by wildfire. Adopted this, as of several other jurisdictions. The types of things that we can do. This is still, we have a nice MUP system down there, but to start looking at taking segments of these MUPs and turn them into fire breaks, hard and also prevent wildfire from getting into the town. Example of what this looks like. But in the Eastern Sierra and the Alamone, about 30,000 residents and about 7 waves of human beings region to enjoy the beautiful landscape. And we've established the Eastern Wildfire Alliance, which I know that in Nevada County you have a similar situation. As we all start aligning ourselves on coming out of this year, conservancy, coming out of this, looking benefit opportunities to talk about wildfire resilience and economic resilience as well. And I can't say enough about how impressed all of us are looking from the outside, the amazing work you're doing in Nevada County. It's inspiring. And I won't spend too much time on it. You're very, very lucky. You guys are doing great work. So I would think that this is a good match for what's happening in Nevada County. Such a iceberg of what's happening. We all know what's happening with the federal government. The federal recreation plan programs, infrastructure, maintenance in California is being dismantled, and it's exposing an enormous void. The void is being filled, at least from policy from the federal government, with timber harvesting. What about everything else? What about recreation? What about all these things that we rely on? We're all keenly what's going on. It changes on an hourly basis, it seems like. So that review, I'm happy to answer questions, but again, thank you very much for the opportunity and we work with California to try to enhance the interests of and these rural economies. So thank you.
Thank you so much, John. This is so exciting, and I'm so glad. So, Supervisor Bullock, I really kind of this stuff in different ways, methods, and I was at 2022 meeting. Actually, John, I think that's where I met you, and I was you were so enthusiastic, and I'm so excited about the ideas you were bringing forward, and this is a wonderful way to partner. And then Stacy, that you're working on this, and I just have to say, because we just talked about our NACO advocacy, that the supervisor on the outdoor committee now. I was on it before that, and Stacy, you helped establish that. I think you were on that before as well. So again, another way we can partner all the outdoor lands together. I don't have any questions. Super excited. You're always enthusiastic presenter of this stuff, on which is very helpful. So I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Hardy to talk about this.
Yeah, thanks, John. It's incredible the work you do. I mean, the energy you have in this space is incredible, and I get your other meeting notifications for all the other meetings that you can make. So thank you. And when I read the CalRec vision piece, it just we're already doing and kind of closely aligned with many of the objectives in that, and so it made sense to me to bring it forward. And also, I appreciate it a lot is how it overlaps all these different things for fire protection, community building. It's all those different things that we all have. Board priority basically kind of wraps all of them up in one support network document. So thank you for bringing it forward. I'm looking forward to adopting this. I want to tell one funny story about John. I think people have heard it, but with my family after doing some climbing and we were all tired and it was late in the day. The mobile gas station is where you eat if you're in that neighborhood. It's like, wow, this guy next he's pretty sketchy. Pretty dirty. Sketchy. But then I look up and John had ridden his bicycle cross country from Man, which is a long way away from the that weed vining area. He's like, hey, I was exploring these trails. Actually, it's getting dark. I thought he was going to eat dinner with us, but he had to turn around and ride all back. John's a pretty burly. The reason I bring this story up is people that really truly embed themselves in the outdoors and are part of that landscape and love it are passionate about it the way you are, the way to save your life and live your community's life through that experience. So thanks so much. Super cool.
Yeah, I'll add to that because I get you referred to as sketchy, I think. We were grounding something called the Towns of Trails program, which is going to unite, it's going to connect Lone Pine, the entire eastern area up to Alpine County, all the way up to South Lake Tahoe. Now we're working with funding to connect that all the way down to Yosemite. And the goal is to connect that through Nevada County somehow to the connected communities that Greg Williams is working on up north to establish the largest regional trail systems in California. And again, these are things that the state is interested in, but how do we start getting the state connected to all the great work we're doing on the ground? That's a real challenge for all of us.
Yeah, it was definitely came out in the NACO piece. There was conversation about many colleagues across the nation describing the fact that California has a massive void in California. I don't know why. Maybe you know why. Maybe we can talk later. Nobody seems to really understand why it's not a priority.
Mine is, and we can.
I just want to mention quickly this weekend was the Downeyville Classic. Downeyville and Greg Williams and I, who we've met with before, went to school together, still close friends. That community is literally transformed by mountain biking. Community is just, it is, I mean, every single room in town is booked. Every single restaurant at capacity station selling gas. I mean, it is the lifeblood of that community. It's turned creation. And it's also opened up these other satellite communities and have become just a mainstay of amazing outdoor recreation. The people that were in town who we were racing with, you know, we were talking about where they're from. They're like the Bay Area, Southern California, Seattle, Utah. I mean, it brings people from all over the place. So it's pretty darn cool to see that connection.
Yeah, and just one more connection, because just to get into this other piece. So Patrick Wright, who's leading up the Wildfire Task Force, he and I started our careers together in EPA 30 years ago. So it's nice that we're all coming back together around these issues. And I think what is really critical about this plan is that it connects the wildfire resilience piece with the outdoor recreation, the way they can interconnect and work with each other and bring partners from across all kinds of divides together, I think is key. And maybe that's something that needs to be talked about too with the California piece of that. So I'm sorry, we're dominating. I want to turn it over to questions for the rest of the board. Sue, why don't you start?
Yeah, no, I really don't have any questions. I think this is the answer, right? I mean, this is a challenge with government-owned land, is they can't even, they don't have the ability to manage it all, right? So having partners that want to work through these processes and then commingling it with fire, it's like a no-brainer for fire breaks, right? So yeah, I'm excited for the work you're all doing. I'm glad to have you guys both back at NACO. Can't think of two better people to be working on this from the other end. I mean, you know, we were just looking at, you know, the guys had a big fire down in Mammoth here just this year already, right?
Well, yeah, the congressman was on his way down, but dang, little fire popped up. No congressional visits. So,
yeah, so I mean, there's a lot going on. I think that all ties into where we need to continue this work, and not to mention, the recreationers, they're going to come.
Oh yeah.
You know, and we find that another challenge, right? Because how do we, especially in a small county, how do we manage that outside of our state and federal partners with garbage and cars and traffic? So we all are being impacted by this, and so this is a great opportunity to really start to have those bigger, broader conversations. So thank you.
I agree. Thank you. The more you're prepared for the visitors to come, because like you say, they are going to come, and who knows what kind of damage that can be done without having any sort of organizational ability to direct people in the right place. I mean, we saw obviously what happened in Western County and much more so in Eastern County and during COVID with the influx of people and not being prepared for it. So I think it's super exciting to create that network through California. Just one more great thing for our state to be known for and get people up here visiting. And, you know, Hardy, you bring up the Downeyville. What I love about that event, or any of the events that we do that brings a lot of people here for a specific thing, I find that they come back. they come here once and they love it here. They come back, they tell all their friends. So it just really helps for the tourism and the visitor dollars to come into our community, as bringing people up for all those various things. Because once people come here, oftentimes they never want to leave. So thanks for all the work you're doing.
Okay, that's great. And just bringing it back, I had the great opportunity just recently to be in Bishop and Mammoth Lakes and Markleyville, and just stunning, stunning, stunning landscape there. Fits really well with our stunning landscape up here. And I can just see, a powerful advocacy group forming from if we adopt this and bring in a few more people. I think that could be something great for the state and for all of us. So fantastic. Let's open it up for public comment and any callers if the call-in line is working.
Chair, we won't be taking any more callers for the remainder of the meeting.
Okay, we will not be taking any more callers. Feel free to email us if you have comments you want to add in, and we can read them at a later time as well. No other public comments in the board? Then we'll close public comments, bring it back to the board. Any final questions or comments? If not, then I am looking for a motion and a second to adopt the resolution.
So moved.
Well, second.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
District 5,
Yes.
District 2,
Yes.
District 4,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 1.
Yes, fantastic. Let's come down for a photo op for those of you who are here with us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jonathan. Have a photographer? Okay, great.
Okay, we're going to move on. Thanks again to our visitors. So appreciate you coming up for this, and welcome Stacy to our area. We're going to go back now to our public hearing, which is we've now delayed a bit. Sorry. This is a public hearing to consider the resolution adopting the Truckee Donner Recreation and Park Quimby land dedication and in lieu fee study. And I'm going to let Brian discuss all of that.
Great. Thank you. Good morning, board. Continuing the theme on recreation, and this is a funding issue that is related to the Truckee Donner Rec and Park District. As you mentioned, the Quimby in lieu fees. These are fees that are collected on new residential development to offset impacts to park and rec facilities and open space, managed open space from new development. These fees were last amended in 2023 and were adopted by the district as well as your board to go into effect at that time. Since then, the district has prepared an updated Nexus study and Quimby update study in 2025. The study was completed in June, and at that time, the district held a public hearing with their board and approved a resolution to adopt the amended fees that were outlined in that Nexus study. The fee amendments would include an increase in the fees collected for single-family dwelling and multi-family dwelling development, approximately $300 per unit. The existing fee is $8,650 for a single-family dwelling, and the amended fee would be $8,968. For a multifamily unit, the current fee is $7,570, and the amended fee would be $7,849. These fees would go into effect on October 11th, which is 60 days from today per the state law and government code statutes. Due to those statutes, both the Park District or the Rec and Park District, as well as the County Board of Supervisors, need to adopt the fees in order for those to come and go into effect and be collected. And they would be in effect on October 11th, as I mentioned. Staff is recommending approval of the resolution to adopt those fees. And in the audience is Sven Leff from the Rec and Park District that would be available along with myself to answer any questions that you may have on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. I'm going to go straight to my board for any questions and comments. I'll start with you, Hardy.
I don't have any questions or comments. I read the staff report. It all makes sense to me. I'm familiar, and obviously Rec and Park is a huge contributor and stakeholder. So the fee changes I thought were modest in comparison to the cost changes associated with what we provide, and no questions from me.
All right, Rob?
Can you clarify, you outlined the fees on the residential. There was also a component, and I'm not able to find it right now, of acquisition of like per acre of parkland. Can you just kind of summarize that to me?
Sure. The Quimby fees or the Quimby program allows for land dedication for public parks, and then the fees are an in lieu fee if there is not land dedicated as part of a development project. So a developer or a builder can choose to either donate land to the district that would be managed as part of their park system or trail or open space system, or pay the in lieu fee. So it's an either or. The land dedication amounts have not changed. They're continue to be about 577 square feet per unit. But the in lieu fees would be the option if land is not available or not part of the proposed development. The developer could pay the in lieu fees to satisfy the Quimby requirement. So those land dedication amounts are referenced in the Nexus study as well as the staff report, but they are not currently changing.
So the $677,000 per acre is not, that didn't change?
I might defer to Sven Leff to go into a little bit more detail on that. See if he can provide some clarification.
Yeah, that's it.
Good morning, Supervisors. I'm Sven Leff, General Manager of the Truckee Recreation and Park District, and welcome back to Truckee. I'm sorry I missed Shavati's presentation, but I hear she repped us well. So, Supervisor Tucker, to answer your question, 2 years ago when we brought the real rework of this Quimby and our other AB 1600 programs, been done multiple years, and the intent was to make them more minuscule from year to year. The real critical part of the Quimby program is if we were to acquire land, so the developer, to what Brian was saying, the developer is either going to present us land or present us fees in lieu of land so we can acquire the land. The value of the land is what rapidly changing. It's cooled off recently, but the real estate market had been relatively fast. And when we heard 2 years ago that the price of acquiring an acre of land was really escalating, and we were falling behind with the fees, and how do we come up with the right amount to collect, so purchase the land when the development came in. So that is the material part that has changed in this year versus the form that's already been adopted, is a number of parcels were basically comped out by the cuts in the last 12 months, had been acquired for development and what was their value. And then with some of their normalizing, they said the property value of acquiring that parcel 2 years ago has grown to, I think it was 655 is the number you're referencing there, or 677, I forget. At the crux of the program today, it is that land has gotten more expensive than it was 2 years ago. The comps average at $677,000 per acre that would be used for park property. And that is the one factor or variable in the formula that has increased for adoption today. Translates into the slight increase per parcel down, through the formulas.
Great. Yeah, thank you for that. And as you were speaking, I found it in the 31 pages. It increased 3.7% from 653 in 2023 to 677.
5377.
Great.
Correct.
Thanks for that.
You bet.
Lisa? Sue?
Actually, I'm just curious, did you do any sort of pub outreach on this, and how, and I dug in here, I didn't see anything about that.
No, not extensive. We shot an email over to our Contractors Association, as well as had the public hearing through our own board 2 months ago, but nothing quite extensive. We did much more 2 years ago when we were really kind of overhauling the program.
Mm-hmm.
And at the time, like the 3.7% was a marginal increase. We were trying to do regular things every year, so it was never just a surprising large chunk, and everybody really adopted that philosophy. And so this didn't get any sort of reactions that this was unexpected or unreasonable.
Okay, good. Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to open it up for public comment. Any public comment on this item? Okay, closing public comment. Any final questions or comments from the board? No? Okay, then let's see what we have to do here. I'm going to call for a motion in a second to adopt the resolution.
I'd move to adopt the resolution.
I'll second.
Okay, please call the roll.
District 5,
Yes.
District 2,
Yes.
District 4,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 1.
Yes. All right, thank you, Sven. Thank you, and Brian. Okay, we have a decision to make, board. I understand that HHSA is prepared to keep going and present now before lunch. That will make our lunch a little bit later in closed session, and then we come back to announcements, and then we do our tour and we're done. Are we good with that? Just moving on? Okay, great. So Ryan, I think you are up. Let me go to your item here. This is an informational presentation regarding health and human services in Truckee, including a core services update, collaboration highlight, and update on the services for the one. Again, continuing one of our themes to make sure that we're addressing items and issues important to the Truckee community here.
So Chair Hall, before we start this, were there Truckee staff that wanted to be here for this, since it does involve them, and since we changed it, might behoove us to see if we can reach out to see if they want to be here?
So on the back end, we've been coordinating the presentation. We did have promotores who were only available late this afternoon at 1 o'clock. But we do have Phoebe Bell, your behavioral health director, that could speak to that program. So if you want to wait for the nonprofit this afternoon, we could wait till 1, or we can move forward.
No,
but we do have staff here.
Yeah, well, I'm good moving forward. I just was curious, since we're in Truckee and this is, affects, it talks about the services in Truckee, if any of their staff people, their city manager, town manager, or anybody wanted to be here for it.
And did you have any participations from other community partners, the town manager?
Not from the town, and the staff will be part of the ceremony or the events that we have this afternoon. So.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks for asking. I haven't seen many of them here today since the morning session. So, okay, we're going to go ahead. So go ahead, Ryan.
All right, thank you, Chair Hall. I'm Ryan Grover, Health and Human Services Agency Director. Excited to talk to you about HHSA services in Truckee today, and kudos on being efficient with your time. And we're adjusting, as was referenced, our community partner is not able to be here this morning, so Phoebe will speak without having a PowerPoint or presentation. She's good at that, so should go smoothly. But I wanted to give you a little bit of background information and then talk about HHSA services in Tahoe Truckee, provide a homelessness update, and then an update in terms of how we provide collaborative services in Truckee through partnerships. I think it's timely. Part of the narrative around the permanent supportive housing project that we had fall apart rather dramatically up here was the lack of services in the area, or the perception of lack of services in the area. There's some historical reality to that, and then there's also been a lot of changes over the years that the perception needs to catch up to, and so that's part of the intent with the presentation today. So in terms of background overview, just very high level, and I will reference that attached to the board item, there is a much deeper dive into HHSA services and HHSA services in Truckee in particular. So this is a high level overview with a lot more information available online if needed. So first of all, I wanted to just highlight some key differences between districts, in particular Eastern and Western County. But just as a baseline, there are some county services that are based on our jurisdiction and that we don't provide in the city limits. And then there are other services that are provided countywide. So based on jurisdiction, you see on the left transit police, land use, etc. There are exceptions, like transit in Western County through a joint powers agreement is provided across jurisdictional boundaries, but at its core, a municipal service. And then on the left, county-only services. Only counties provide these services throughout the state. So jail coroner, district attorney, environmental health, and then almost everything in health and human services we provide across jurisdictional boundaries. That will be more relevant sort of on the next slide. And then on the right-hand side, you have just a very, very high level overview of what HHSA core services are. And that's what we're here to talk about today. And so just in terms of perception of services, county services can look very different in district. And so I wanted to provide a little bit of information, and kudos throughout to our GIS department, and Lindsay Jones in particular helped me gather a lot of the information that's in these slides. But you see up there the incorporated versus unincorporated populations in the various jurisdictions. And why that's relevant is that for those city or county services, that can look very different depending on how much of your population is covered by incorporated. You see Truckee in particular covers almost the entire population for those city county services in District 5. For county only services like HHSA, it's other factors that impact how our services look different between jurisdictions. And so focus today is Truckee and Eastern County, but wanted to provide information for all your districts, so there's a little bit more for you all to sink your teeth into, but factors that are relevant to HHSA services. So one of them is the relative ages of the population. Nevada County has about twice the population of people over 65 compared to the state, but that's not the same across all supervisor districts. And that's a key way that District 5 is significantly different from the rest of the county. So you can see as high as 35% over 65 in Supervisor Hall's district, and then as low as 17.6% in Supervisor Bullock's district. And then if you move over to population under 18, which is children are a service category in HHSA, higher population in Truckee, lower in the other or Eastern County, lower in the other districts, but not as dramatically as that over 65 population, which you can infer from that. There's a larger working age population in District 5 as well. Moving on, the profile in terms of poverty and income differs significantly between counties as well. District 5 significantly lower than the average across the supervisor districts and across the county, and more dramatic when you get to households over $200,000. So that impacts cost of living, whether you're eligible for a lot of HHSA services. Percentage of renters versus owners also is a factor that differs significantly across districts. You can see District 3, 46% according to our GIS data, 30% in Truckee, also higher than the average in the across the county. And then median home value significantly higher in Eastern County than the rest of the county. It impacts not just cost of living in Truckee, whether we can hire staff who can afford to live here, but also how much it costs for us to pursue capital projects and just the cost of doing business in Truckee. And then a really significant factor that definitely impacts HHSA services and is the focus of that partner highlight today is the percentage of Spanish-speaking folks in the different supervisor districts. And you can see dramatically higher in Truckee, 11.7% of the population in District 5 is Spanish-speaking versus the other districts where that jumps around, but much lower. And I do want to point out percentage-wise much higher in District 5. If you add up the raw numbers in all the other districts, there are actually more Spanish speakers in the rest of the county. So it's a need all across the county, but it's particularly a factor in delivering services in Tahoe Truckee. So HHSA programs in Truckee specifically, first I want to mention some of the key barriers and have touched a little bit on them already, but one of them is extreme weather. This photo courtesy of photographer Phoebe Bell from I think a couple of years ago when everybody was socked in up here. So that's a significant factor up here, particularly with homelessness that drives that conversation. Distance from the county seat is a factor in delivery of services up here. Language and culture, so already showed some data around language, but the cultural components of that are also sometimes a barrier to accessing services and the way those services need to be tailored. Economies of scale, and not everything can be everywhere. Those things are related. We don't have every kind of service in every part of the community. North San Juan's never going to have a PUF like we're trying to build in Western Nevada County right now. So some things people are going to have to move around for because it's not going to make sense to build a large capital facility for a small population. Housing cost and economy, I already alluded to that. And then I will also highlight the perceptions of what a Truckee community are a significant factor in how we engage the community. People don't necessarily see themselves as Nevada County as much as a Tahoe Truckee community, and that really can those permanent supportive housing conversations as well. How does HHSA deliver services in Truckee? So we have an integrated campus under a program manager, so more integrated in Truckee in HHSA than we are in Western County, where we have sort of distinct. That's a much more integrated function up here. Manager Jasmine Bro, who you'll connect with this afternoon. Phoebe held that role before, Allison held that role before, so we've had some stars occupy that position. Equivalent of 22.6 full-time staff, so that includes FTEs, it also includes temps added up to full-time equivalents. I will note that not all, when we have large caseloads like social services, where we have almost 30,000 people across the county, those cases aren't processed necessarily by the people who are working at those front desks. And so the cases are processed down slope along with all the other cases, and application time for Eastern and Western County as a result of that workflow. HSA has 21 staff who are bilingual and paid for speaking Spanish as or part of their job. So that's out of 25 countywide, and that really reflects Truckee in particular and the need to have those services accessible in people's language. Spanish is Nevada County's only threshold language, which means that according to the federal regulations, we're required to make sure our services and documents are provided in that language. And then we have contracted service providers. So Victor Community Services, as an example, provides children's services in Eastern County. Sierra Mental Well is the contractor who provides the mobile crisis, behavioral health mobile crisis team in both Eastern and Western County, and many more contracted providers, just like in West County. And then community partnerships are particularly important up here as well. We work very closely with Tahoe Forest Hospital, Sierra Community House, who is the highlight today as well, and many more partnerships. So I also wanted to take a moment to talk about how services have expanded in recent years, particularly with Supervisor Bullock's really pushing us to try to close some of the service gap experience. So I have staffing numbers on the right here. Again, this is full-time equivalents and temporary staff added up to full-time equivalent. So we have we've seen over a 50% increase in staffing since 1819 to 25-26. We've contracted for homeless outreach and prevention and rapid rehousing, and that's equivalent to the point in time count between Eastern and Western County. There's still some big gaps in homelessness that we'll talk about a little bit more. But in terms of the outreach and prevention and rapid rehousing, there's parity with Western County. We hired a local child welfare worker. That was something that came up as a gap, and there was a perception that we didn't have any local child welfare services. We now do have a local child welfare worker up here. One of the first things Phoebe did as behavioral health director was work with Victor to bring children's services into the behavioral health system in Eastern County, where it was a large gap before. She came on board. We implemented mobile crisis. All counties are required to have countywide, but we have a specific staff that are available for mobile crisis response in Eastern Nevada County. We lean into community partnerships with such as with Sierra Community House, and then we are co-leading the regional homeless planning, which you received a specific presentation on that, and we have a little more detail as we go through. So I wanted to now pivot from like how we deliver services to what that actually looks like in terms of our caseload. And so shifting here from districts and Eastern versus Western County to Truckee, because within our caseload data, we don't have supervisor districts as a geographic factor, but we can look at Truckee. And so what I've done here is taken Truckee's share of the county's population living in poverty, which is around 12%, and compared it to our caseloads, because most of our caseloads are income restricted and really are related to sort of that federal poverty line. So if you look at 12% as sort of the barometer for whether we have an equivalent level of services, you'll see our Medi-Cal population is approximately on target with that. And Medi-Cal often is a precursor for access to other county services, such as behavioral health in particular. Public defender, approximately on track with that metric. Our WIC program and public health services in general are overpenetrated compared to that poverty threshold. And that's partly goes back to those demographics of a younger population. So that's working age families with children. And so with younger population, you see higher numbers in Eastern County. But then we also have a public health clinic in Truckee, which we don't have in Western County. And so public health has a relatively larger footprint in some of those direct services. Behavioral health, you see behavioral health is around 7% of the caseload is in Truckee. So services are provided and people can access services and do with substance use treatment, residential treatment, with mental health services, but those numbers are lower, and there are several factors that contribute to that. One is that poverty level. Others are cultural issues. There's statewide and nationwide lower uptake among Spanish-speaking populations, and some of that is cultural. And how do we use things like the Promotora program to try to make inroads when those traditional pathways to access don't work? Another factor is that a lot of times people in behavioral health need a spectrum of care, and they're going to need to be proximal to those facilities that can only be built in a place that has the population for it. And so if somebody's going to need to be in and out of a lot of those facilities or very closely have their condition managed, sometimes that does necessitate relocating, and even out of county when we don't have those services within our county. So that's just a factor of delivering behavioral health services, but definitely a place of continued focus. Child support. One of the first things I did when I came on with the county is help them close down the child support office because they weren't having any in Eastern County because they weren't having anybody walk in those doors. They went to office hours and people weren't showing up to those office hours. That's been an ongoing challenge, so significantly lower than the population in poverty. And you'll see in the handout that I attached some of the strategies child support's using to try to increase that, including having virtual hours where you can just now drop into the Joseph Center and be able to connect with somebody down slope from a confidential office setting. Probation's approximately on track with that line. IHSS significantly lower. I believe that this is similarly related to the age demographic of the community up here. And child welfare, I believe this gap is closing, but there are factors there, I believe cultural, as well as you have a different school district provide services up and continue this child welfare in Tahoe Truckee. Demographics higher proportional to the county, but lower area for one slide. Transitioning to update on homelessness. So you've heard about this both at your workshop and at a detailed presentation related to the plan. I did want to mention the history of high-level history of homelessness efforts in Tahoe Truckee. So just like in Western County, a lot of the sheltering operations started off as grassroots in the Church of the Mountains up here. There was sporadic support over the years from both counties and from Placer, Nevada, and from the hospitals and the town in terms of financial support for that. During COVID, with one-time funds, we were able to expand those services and include day services as well. The Western County is just now on the cusp of having a day resource center. Truckee had one during COVID with those COVID funds. But the day center and shelter lost their location. We formed this Tahoe Truckee Advisory Commission to help develop a plan and gather data. We, on a one-time basis, because the shelter operator decided to pull out at the very last minute. It was October a couple of years ago, and because it was such a short time frame, we stepped in and did it out of the Joseph Center on a one-time basis. We have not done that again, and we're still actively working on solutions for that. We attempted a permanent supportive housing expansion, which I've already alluded to, and then we're reforming the Tahoe Truckee Homeless Advisory Commission as an action committee to try to take that plan that was developed during the last phase and translate that into implementation and action in the coming phase. I'll say we still have many of the same challenges we've had all along: locations, what's going to work for the community and the services, a provider that will do that work in a landscape that's less provider rich in the space, jurisdictional boundaries, given that almost all the population up here is within the town. What's going to work in terms of zoning and participation from the town? What are the roles and responsibilities? Some of these things, like emergency shelter, are not squarely in any jurisdiction's lane, and so how do we manage that? The need for community input and support in the Truckee way, which you've probably heard about, and how do we make sure that the community is an active part of that process? And another challenge is the economy of scale and the relatively small numbers. It's a relatively small proportion of our point in time count, but it's a very severe impact when you're outside and the type of weather that Truckee experiences. And then what are the fundable models up here versus what the community wants? Shelter is not a model for which there's sustainable funding, but there are other models, and can we get to a place that works for the community and that allows us to have sustainability? There are some oddities on the horizon. So as I mentioned, we already have homeless outreach and prevention equivalent to what we have in Western Nevada County. And then we have permanent supportive housing on the Pacific Crest Commons, 55 apartments, 10 of which are permanent supportive housing. So they've already broken ground. Saw a photo of it just the other day. It will be income restricted. County is contributing to that project through both a No Place Like Home grant that funded the 10 units, as well as a direct general fund contribution along with the town and the Martis Fund. So it's on track for November of 2026. So that's exciting that Truckee will have this resource in addition to what Placer has on their side. They have 14 beds of permanent housing. And then through that Tahoe Truckee Homeless Action Committee, we're focusing on navigation and shelter, trying those day resources back with interim housing and get people out of the weather as part of that. So, and then this is where we were going to turn it over to Sierra Community House, and instead Phoebe's going to talk about this program, which is a partnership between Sierra Community House and Behavioral Health. So, and there's no slides, so you don't need to click.
Awesome, thanks. Good morning, Board of Supervisors, Chair Hall, Phoebe, Behavioral Health Director. So as Brian highlighted, partnerships with our community providers are a really critical part of the delivery system for the behavioral health world and really for all of HHSA. We know that for lots of people in the community, walking in the doors of a government building to get mental health care is not a comfortable thing or something that somebody's likely to do. So throughout our system, we try to find partners who have that existing trust with community members. And we particularly look for partners who work in areas that we know we underserve, or who are at higher risk for mental health concerns. For example, we fund our veterans partners, we fund senior partners, and in Tahoe Truckee, it's incredibly important to fund some as kind of community trust with the Spanish-speaking or Latino community. Long time now, Sierra Community House, which is, as you're probably all aware, a kind of very core nonprofit here in the Tahoe Truckee region. They came about by the merging of 3 critical nonprofits, one that worked in domestic violence and sexual assault, one which was Tahoe Safe House, I think, or Tahoe Safe Alliance at that point, the Family Resource that did a lot of parenting and family support functions, and Project Mana, which was a hunger relief organization. The 3 merged and became Sierra Community House a handful of years ago now. Provide sort of the vast array of safety net support services in the Tahoe Truckee region. One of their programs is what's called the Promotora program, and this is about building connection with underserved community of Spanish speakers. So Sierra Community House hired trained what called promotoras, or trusted community members who are leaders in their community, and then they become ambassadors and sort of bridge builders to health services of various kinds. The program has other sources of funding as well, but behavioral health has invested in that program for a long time to build, so that if somebody has behavioral health needs, doesn't feel comfortable walking in our doors, that they can work with the promotora to slowly understand what resources are available, how to access those resources, and if professional help isn't needed, to provide that support and caring from a trusted community member. It's a really great program. They really reach people with significant needs who and otherwise wouldn't be on our radar. And sort of back to the piece that Brian was highlighting, the ways that we struggle to reach some of the populations. These are different avenues for reaching folks who otherwise we're having a hard time connecting to. And I'm sorry you're not able to hear directly from the promotoras today, but they're always incredibly moving to listen to the stories of folks who they're working with and the ways that they build connection and community. They're super creative in how they sort of help people bridge into our community and build relationships, not just with Sierra Community House staff, but also with each other, and building that kind of neighborhood connected feeling that really is ultimately what keeps people safe and thriving. So we're really lucky to have them as a partner. And things good note, when we look at funding our partners in the Tahoe Truckee region, we partner closely with Placer County. Unlike down the hill where we run Nevada County programs with Nevada County money, we typically have pooled our money with Placer County when we're doing a request for proposals up here in Tahoe Truckee, so that we're able to not work at cross purposes or kind of overlap, but instead work cohesively to create one safety net for the region. And so we put our money together, run one RFP for the Tahoe Truckee region, and then behind the scenes do separate contracts for different pieces of the same project, which has worked really well, and hopefully something we'll be able to continue as we transition into the Behavioral Health Services Act. So with that, back to you.
And that's it. The next thing's questions.
Thank you both. That was a lot. There's a lot going on. I appreciate how much you're doing. And I appreciate also referencing Placer County. Clearly up here, almost everything has to be done, I think, in collaboration with Placer County. I'm just curious because I've never asked it and I've never heard anyone else. Do you coordinate ever with the state of Nevada? I mean, how many people do we know are going over to Reno as well, right? Is that something we take into consideration or as far as possible?
Do you want to speak to that with your history? I believe there is a lot of connection to Reno and Nevada in terms of services. I know Tahoe Forest Hospital in particular, in terms of the medical landscape, there's a lot of partnership. Sometimes, it's different laws that govern behavioral health, but there's some like levels of care available in Nevada. But I don't know if you have more to add to that.
I would just add a number of the nonprofits up here also are incorporated in both states and work across those boundaries as well. It is challenging. There are different rules, funding streams, et cetera, on both sides of that state border. But as much as possible, like Sierra Community House, for example, works seamlessly across the Nevada-California state line.
Thank you. Yeah, clearly they're going to be entirely different sets of rules and regulations, but it's another source for services, honestly, for this area as well. So, okay, I'm going to turn it over to Hardy to start with questions, comments.
Yeah, no real questions, but I just wanted to thank you so much, Ryan, for assembling all the information. I think it's been a journey for me for sure, because when I got into office, there's a lot of study work that needs to go into understanding how the whole system works. And you can have a half an hour conversation, you don't even begin to understand like how all these service lines interact, like mental behavioral health, substance use disorder. And then to compound it for Eastern County, I think I'd boil it all down to a scale issue, because we are a small community and we're a long way from the mothership, right? So it takes a while to get there. So we are serving small populations, and those populations go up and down. Sometimes you'll have people that are in need, and then those people get help and they get better, and then you don't have a huge demand. So it doesn't make a lot of sense to turn on some huge treatment clinic or service provision here in Eastern County. So we really have to balance those needs, right, with what we already have existing in Western County. So thanks for taking the effort to, essentially educate me along the process. The Hope Ridge House was interesting because I think it highlighted a number of areas of misinformation and lack of information from my community, understanding what Nevada County does do here. And when you look at those numbers, they're irrefutable that the county has a huge presence in our community, serving all kinds of needs. And one thing that the income demographic kind of portrays is that we have a polarized community. We have some members at the bottom who need a lot of help and don't have a lot of money. And then we have people at the top who would never begin to understand food insecurity, right? And so they just don't understand that the services are there because they don't need them, and they don't have friends that need them, and they don't know people who need them. And a lot of times I think when people give money or are philanthropic, they give money to a nonprofit organization and they go to a benefit, but they're not in the trenches seeing the people that actually need the services. So it's a hidden challenge that we have to serve that community. And I think we're really good at helping locally to stand up nonprofits, but I met with a nonprofit yesterday who had a lot of questions for me about how the county fits, and I can answer all of them. I think it process. We as a county do this. And all that said, I bring information forward, and I take information, promote it within the the Eastern County community to let people understand what we're doing here. And then THAC THAC 2.0 is turned on, and so we're starting to get the meetings together. We had an outreach meeting here the other night from I think it was 5:30 to 8, and we had filled this room full of individuals talking about homelessness, and it was really great. I thought it was really great because the energy and the conflict was out of the conversation. We were totally moving into solutions. So that was great. We didn't have a lot of time trying to answer questions about deficiencies and differences, but it was more about how can we get to a solution here in East County, because the fact of the matter is we have we have almost no homeless resources in East County right now, and we're going into a really, obviously a cold winter. But I think we're doing the right thing as a board. I think we're doing the right thing, with our staff and our team here and our nonprofit community. So just a great work, Ryan. Thank you. You put a lot of effort, and I can see that you're in a lot of meetings on top. And I just want to thank you and Phoebe for sticking with it and doing all the work together.
So I have one question on the permanent supportive housing that you're looking at. You're going to have 10 units in the new development. Is behavioral health going to case manage that?
Correct. So with the No Place Like Home program.
I don't think your mic's on here.
The mic is on. So No Place Like Home funding, it is a county commitment for, I believe, 55 years to operate permanent supportive housing there. So it would be behavioral health probably through contract with, I don't know if it would be AMI or, yeah. So.
Okay. So we are using No Place Like Home dollars instead of trying to purchase an individual home like what we're doing in the Western County. That money's going to go towards the building the apartment complex. Am I understanding that correctly?
Correct. It's part of the overall capital funding associated with that.
Okay. Yeah. So, I appreciate all the work that we're trying to do up here to solve a problem that it's much different than the problem that we have in Western County, but just by the sheer numbers. But also, if you look at the demographic, information where you show that, Truckee has the highest property values. It has the most amount of wealth in the county. Just a really different public perception of how we deal with homeless and people who are unsheltered. I kind of go back to having gone to that meeting several months ago when we were talking about the Hope House project and just seeing kind of the angst that the townspeople of Truckee had about that kind of housing. Unless we really get a clearer picture of what the town of Truckee is willing to do here, I'm not sure how much we can do as the county, because it's been my experience that many of the solutions that are proposed, the town is not willing to undertake. So I know you're working really closely with them. I know you're working really closely with the Placer County people as well. But I really want to see a greater commitment, I think, from the town of Truckee to be willing to take some of the, the solutions that we're offering to them that we use down in the Western County that have been successful. I'm not sure how you address that. I guess, that's your.
I'd like to
kind of-
comment on that
Yeah.
because I think I have something that'll give you some insight. I think through a lot of meetings, some of them pretty tough, we've come to arrive at this place in kind of real understanding on what the town does want. And it's a process, basically, for lack of a better, it's a community-driven process to really listen to the community members. And if after providing answers to questions the community may have and providing really transparent information from all the players, the stakeholders, nonprofit community, the town and the county, if we get to a place where there are difficult decisions on the placement of a type of supportive housing in a neighborhood or in a commercial zone, I think everybody, in my opinion, is willing to make that tough decision. But it felt like the answer was a kind of a lack of process. And I want to honor what you're saying, because what I heard in Hope Ridge is, hey, we didn't have a lot of this information that we need. Going into this latest meeting, I heard a lot of people talking about, hey, just do this, just do this. And I raised my hand and said, you're asking us to just do something, which is what we tried to do before. We tried to just get a house and put people undercover. So come on, let's get real about this. We need to, if you want a process, you can have a process, or if you want to just do it, you can just do it, but you can't do both. And so that reality, I think, is finally sinking in with our community. And the clear answer that I've gotten is we want a process. And so just as one individual board member, we will have to go through that process. And if that means people aren't necessarily covered as soon as we hope, or if funds that are available for the county as a whole are not able to be applied here in Eastern County, that is the outcome of that process. And so to answer your question, I think we finally are getting there and getting an understanding.
And I agree. I think the process is important. I just don't want to see us spend so much time in the process and go through the whole thing and then have the end result be a big no. So I guess we'll be watching to see kind of how that works out. And I have a lot of respect for your dealing with the constituency that has been working on this, because I know it is. I mean, I deal with it in Grass Valley as well. So, and if you compared the numbers of like affirmative supportive housing and the homeless shelter and all the services that are in my district, it's overwhelming in comparison to the rest of the county. So I just want everybody to, I guess, kind of take their fair share of that issue and problem. So thank you.
Can I just make a brief comment on that? Like Supervisor Bullock, you mentioned earlier that you've been learning as you go along, and I'll just say after 6 years, I'm still learning. And one of the things I want to do is own my missteps in the Hope Ridge House process. And I am hopeful in moving forward, but definitely still actively learning how to navigate effectively and how to work alongside the town in this process. So I think we're on a good track, but still a learning process for me personally and professionally.
Sue? Yeah, I don't have any questions. I am just always amazed at the numbers. It's just what you all have to work with. It's interesting. One of the things that came up, though, I will say, was the interest in the chart of the amount of rentals here. That actually kind of flabbergasted me a little bit. Yeah, that really surprised me. 30% are renters here, and that's got to be a huge thing for the amount of housing and the expense of the housing here. So I thought that was really kind of interesting when you look across the board. anyway, and I'm excited. I'm excited about Pacific Commons Open. It's been a great project. That was a partnership through Regional Housing Authority, and I think that's going to bring some good housing, and especially with the 10 beds that are going to be there. And hopefully that just moves along and we get that built and get people moved in. I think it makes a huge difference. And those kinds of projects are really important for communities, I think, not just here on this side, but on our side, because it's the most affordable kind of housing to get built at some point, and be able to have that the supportive services that are going to go with that. So I've had opportunity to come up with First Five and go to some of these other places here, Community House and all those places, and the work that they do, not just with the parenting classes. And for a little community, there's a lot of nonprofits here that do a lot of really important work. And I'd like to give them all a shout out, because there's some really good programs up here. And Sierra Community House is one of them. That is extensive what they do there. So thanks for the work that you all do. I think it's important. And with that, I don't have any questions. I just want to say, it's like everything. It's going to take the whole village. I said that a few times a day. We can only be stronger when we're together and find solutions, because they're not going to find themselves. And we don't always like them in our backyard. I guess that's the other thing I get tired of hearing. Not in my backyard, right? I mean, we even have many houses in Pin Valley, in unincorporated areas that do this work. And I think we just all have to grow together and make it happen, because there's a lot of great stories of successes that come out of them. You know, I think you see the start from the start, but we don't shine on the successes that come, because it's personal, right? But you guys all get to experience the things that really happen. And so kudos to you for that, and your teams, because that's huge. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, so thank you for all of this. This is really valuable information, so thank you for compiling it. I'm sure it took some time. And it has lots of different meanings and interpretations. I realize that. But I think, just to this conversation that we've had before and we're having again now, I keep coming back to this, that for a small rural county, collaboration is essential between the cities and the counties. It is essential. There's no point in us being at loggerheads with our own cities. And I relay this a lot because it had such an impression on me that the first, the Supervisors Institute that CSAC puts on, that teaches us about being supervisors and the laws behind it. Bill Chiat, who was still alive at the time, emphasized over and over again how many rules and laws tend to put the cities and the county at loggerheads right out of the gate. That's just the way the setup is, that we're going to be in conflict, which means we have to lean in hard, and the cities have got to lean in hard too. So those of us with cities in our districts, and Hardy's, yours is the biggest one, taking, the cities have to lean in. They have to say, we want to solve this and we want your help. That we hear public comment all the time. People tend to see the county as the be all and end all. We're supposed to solve all the road issues and all the NID issues. And it's hard for people to distinguish where's the city line, the NID line, the county line. And people tend to put us as the owner of all the solutions. And we're not. We can't solve all the things, and we have to collaborate. And where the cities, I'm a little surprised, and I know it's a daytime meeting here, which I was just hearing from Jen is unusual for Truckee. But we haven't seen a lot of staff here listening to this. Hopefully they're listening in, or hopefully they have this information. But this collaboration between Truckee and the county, that's got to be a constant two-way street. And so in the terms of the homelessness situation, Truckee has to be ready or willing to lean in completely. Otherwise, we're just set up to be in constant conflict. And so my hope is that, I know you're working really hard at it, Hardy, and my hope is that we can keep getting there.
Yeah, I was just going to mention, I've had some great conversations with our community members, and I'm making them aware that, or increasingly making them aware, which we talked a lot during the Hope Ridge piece. We can put that to bed, but it is going to be, it's like a village, like Supervisor Hook, like you're describing. We will not, will not solve this just as a county issue. So if everybody's relying on us, I'm just saying publicly, and please take this and you can publish it, we won't solve it if it's just us. So we need the town, we need our stakeholders, and we need the community to take some concessions to get it done. So I've been very vocal about that, and becoming more vocal as we get closer to the winter, when everybody will be held responsible for people that are not under some sort of shelter when it gets cold.
All right, good conversation. I'm going to open it up for public comment. If there's anyone who wants to make a public comment on this. Yeah, I don't see any staff here from Truckee. Okay, then I'm closing public comment. Back to the board. And any final comments or questions since we did have a robust conversation? Nope. Okay, then I'm going to be looking for a motion to accept the presentation.
So moved.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you so much. Please
Thanks, Ryan.
apologize
Thanks,
to the Pomodoras that we were not able to hear them. I know they're very, they're lovely people and do good work. Express our, thanks to them. All right. Thank you so much. All right. We are at the point where we need to take a lunch break and go into closed session.
So you have two options.
Okay.
So we could recess for closed session and lunch now, or you could do announcements and then go into closed session, lunch, and then come back just to adjourn the meeting.
What's folks' preference on that? You want to do announcements or take a break? Lunch first? Okay, we'll do announcements when we come back. So Kit, do you need to read us out? We're in.
Yes. Thank you, Chair Hall. So we have two matters on for closed session. One of them is related to our existing litigation, which is basically Verizon Wireless versus the county. And the other one is a closed session related to real property negotiations. Again, Ryan Groover is our negotiator, and it's related to the property as listed on the agenda.
Thank you. So we'll be back here at 1:15 for announcements and any final comments on that. And public comment on the closed session. No public comment, closing that public comment. All right, we'll be back at 1:15. Thanks, everybody.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a three-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home. And really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name is Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air.
And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol, came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
I mean, you look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, you know, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, You won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville. Every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a 3-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home, so when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's gonna be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's gonna have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, you know, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there. And it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol. Came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
You look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
from the foothills of the Sierra Nevada. A new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville. Every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a 3-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, you know, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol, came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock. And at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, you know, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville. Every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a three-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's gonna be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's gonna have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, you know, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there. And it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol. Came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
You look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
from the foothills of the Sierra Nevada. A new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Who would like to go first? Rob,
A couple things I've been talking about going on the combi multi-use path is, I mean, it's completion. It's all in down. Ancillary stuff on there, so that'll be fun. Just and then we're getting or input, I should say, and then a bunch of the. I'll let Sue talk more about it, and in fact, talking items schedule that, but it's good to see both the NU and the. So I spent the last week.
I mean, on the selection criteria for the committee members who do the selection. And I don't know. I haven't waited any of that. That's Wes is an ad. Thank you. And cap plan is in the works. We've been working on Western County. I'm climate collaborative or changing. We got our logo, we got our color theme.
part of what she's handling. For our ad hoc. Around that, we had one brief meeting. Stakeholder at the fire station, talked to chief potential company that handles some of our home county. They also have the entire Reno homeless shelter operation. So they have a bunch of staff members, and they're set up to provide that type of activity. We talked a lot about NACO, but the NACO conference was fascinating this time for me. I think it takes a couple years to get your arms wrapped around that ocean, like just to understand how you fit into the national landscape. A lot of talk about will be tasked with handling so it was very counties and supervising lively have a heard our planning meetings. Is that you, Allison?
I think she's.
I know. She told me I couldn't.
Well, it cannot quit this event.
Okay. I'll still have fun doing it. Went down to the new supervisors training, which was who have been recently elected. And then it was myself, to those organizations about most law enforcement activity here in East County. So I went on a fascinating tour. If you remember, our board of supervisors, Corey Phase 2, I never got to rock. It was awesome. I could around in big equipment and took some pictures, and they are making a massive amount of material. Highways really start getting rebuilt next year. It's going to start all the way from Colfax to Reno to reduces greenhouse Secretary Mom got some great connections, and talked to her about what we'd like to do for supportive the Home Key program. And our homelessness, and both really support staff that handle people that are responsible. I brought it up. Yeah, and I brought it up and said, that Heidi had been working on that for a long time, and they were familiar with that effort and familiar with that conversation. And we talked a lot about the fact that even building it's like what and they're just losing. And so they were there. And they were all sketching out and describing that. Yeah. I was impressed with that. Actually, seemed like they were really accessible. I'm surprised when it was a but it was all put together through the Community Foundation. So the Community Foundation did a tour of other Community Foundation housing strategies and part. Had our AQ and Quality Management District meeting. I went out to the little town of Washington, Stewart there, and I took retired supervisor Ted with me. That was fun. His efforts in that town and Mike. The little town of Washington is really challenged because they fire and rescue, but don't really have any income. They have funds, which is about 10,000 each. So we talked about PILT, talked about TOT tax from campgrounds in town, what impact it has. So really small community up there in support, so we're wrap our minds around what we may help. I met with the Contractors Area Association meeting. We had our THAC meeting, Ryan described. I had a code enforcement meeting, IGS update meeting, and then I visited the airport the other day. I flew in there and just got a little sightseeing visit, talked to the manager, and I think we have a meeting at airports too. Great airport, it's looking good down there. Our CCC meeting, which was interesting. We had on economic development, our Chamber of Commerce, and members from the town. They had all the numbers. 4th of July, so had about 3,000 people on the 4th and 5th of July. So Truckee went from 75% of the whole county population went on a charge for the 4th and 5th, which is pretty incredible. But it being pretty good. The general outlook on the economy was fascinating to me. So the visitation is down like 3%, just perceptibly. Spending traffic increase. So people are still coming, not necessarily spending quite much in town. I'm not sure if the other Nevada State or Grass Valley is the same, but the visitors are still here, which is good because the bed base and the TOT is still getting paid. Average spending on extravagant meals and whatever adventures is definitely notably down. And then I asked the question, is a bit complex contribute? Said, that's our biggest visitor pool for the town, for Truckee area, is the Bay Area. And they said that that economy in our economy is really strong. Undecided, but looks pretty good right now. Had a truck with the Truckee Chamber of Commerce, and obviously went to the fair. Met with TT, Truckee Talk. Have some changes in strategic vision. Visit Truckee Talk. Visit Truckee Talk really wants to integrate with our county. With Kimberly Parker was here earlier, and we're going to be meeting together. They really want to get talking economic development with Kimberly Parker and with Nevada County for areas outside of Truckee. I just offered our get economic development into Soda Springs, some of these that are rated county areas. And then yesterday, Community Beyond Violence meetings and trying to understand how they fit as providing services or the county overlap or maybe is not. They're very challenged because VOCA funding is one of their primary funding sources. VOCA funding also affecting Sierra Communities, which is a county equivalent. Although I guess Community Beyond Violence actually serves Eastern County folks as well. So I just learned more about that. And then I had a meeting with our district attorney basically on the same vein of kind of changes in funding opportunities. So what's happening? Thanks for giving me the time to describe all that. Oh, Alpenglow, yeah, thanks. Alpenglow, the sawmill, this meeting a year ago, this Board of Supervisors reported planning activity and the Alpenglow sawmill. The funding grant spend with the federal government, and it's free to get grant funding dollars. He is 15 to 20 out from getting the plan submission to the county. And then Jonathan here was telling me that he's hoping to do joint adventure kind of agreement with the sawmill, do hotshot housing fire personnel there. And so unfortunately, and then because if the Tahoe is cutting over, they hope to the open sawmill. So if they can the sawmill, getting dimensional and figure out people have a local source of this there. So there's going to be more community that's needed, kind of work through the impacts from this, but it sounds good right now. It's going to build soon.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay, let's see. So I had a good meeting with Verizon folks on the tower that's going to North San Juan. Really excited about that. Going to talk a little more about T up there because it's a pretty dead zone. So we're looking forward to that happening. I went to my SV Emergency Services JPA meeting, and it's where we work a lot with the ambulance services that are, we don't know how lucky we are in Nevada to have the services that we do have through Dignity Health and of course through Penn Valley Fire. So kind of interesting to see how those response times all work. There's a lot of, they're busy in Nevada County. I was on some analysts. That was really fun and interesting. We go on with for OES. It was at opening ceremony fair, which was great. Not missing that. It's always fun. Family and all of them, the people working with, and I'm sorry, but I want to say thank you, Truckee. There were two folks that were what am I looking for? There were sponsors that came from Truckee. That was really exciting, kind of thing, but there were folks that were coming over. That was really exciting to see. When I see there and the community support is overwhelming. The kids, I saw you, Rob, and it was great. I'm excited to see the numbers are for all those animals and the livestock got sold. And I know that the ag mechanics auction, it was for the top. I think somebody said like 100,000. Yeah, and that's all things that made kids in the program. Seeing the FFA and the range kids there, the girl was so cute. Her first year for doing bunny, and she was so cute. It's like at the beginning of her experience, and so that was a lot of fun. And I'll never eat a potato while after working in the potato booth. I never made so many potatoes in life in a short period of time. I think I worked there 6 hours and I never stopped. So that is a good booth if you like stuffed potatoes. Anyway, so that was fun. I think when we were West Nevada County CC meeting, I thought that was exciting. That's where we're working our mission and vision state. So it's interesting being on our little ad hoc. I'm learning a lot. I go off to make something happen. I all knew about making climate change sexy. I think that's important. I want people, I think there's a way to get people involved in this without making you feel like you're having to do so. And so I think do some neat that group. I'm on the LAFCO recruitment. As we know, SR is retiring. So we're working on that out. So we'll get some good applicants. RCRC Williamson Act, I'm on that ad hoc. We're really working hard. That's going, it's in committee right now still. That has to do with more working down south and about converting into solar arrays on highly valuable ag land. And so we're really looking at how we manage that, protect ag, and it can have a fallback, because in a great county support Williams, keep an open space and ag. I went to the training. That was great. And I will say, it's so see people that come back, want to come to Nevada County, and then to see promote. I saw a guy that he transferred, and his little girls were so tiny, and now they're a little bit bigger. And upstairs visited with them. Really, we're in here county, so we're doing a great job. Rough and Ready Fire Dinner. That's always a fun event, and Rough and Ready has really together for this issue with our fire department, right? So we're all working. We'll talk about our talk, but it's really fun to see the community come together and have community activities. And I had a lot of good conversations with the folks there. Their little chambers going again, and so there's there in the Grange. The Grange is really kind of stepped up in a group of kids that are doing the fair and doing leadership activities, and I think that's really important. And then I want to give a shout out to Chief Stewart, because he's also in my district now, as he's the new North San Juan Fire Chief. So I know, and he's like, man, I'm making more than $1 here. The volunteerism that comes from some of these folks, and I mean, Mike's got a ton of experience, background in firefighting, and so we're happy to have him fill those for a while. We had a great time for the Lord project. Really, Alex heard a great job, and we had a pretty full house. We had in school, and just talking about the process of folks property work commitment is going to be, so that's good. Had a great meeting up at about vegetation concerns, because a lot of that barb grass, of course, was always going to be challenging. I think the one thing we get most about is side vegetation, and we all know we just have so many hours that we can spend, and how do we make that work, and how had some class ideas to work with, and we're going to go back revisit next, as we move forward, because we need to look for evacuation purposes. We keep up with, by the time you get that met, vegetation has grown back too. So it was a real, and how move from being rigid on how that we be flexible and collaborate on how to get things. We got those great fire projects that are at the South Yuba through that process. So I've got a lot of field stuff in my just getting around there, and a acre near. And let's see, but I don't know what it is. But that's probably enough for today.
Forget how much you can do in a month sometimes. So we talk about projects that we have moving forward. For me, we have a couple of small bits of committee meetings, things that weren't necessarily in our regular working that night out at Memorial Park, which is all the law enforcement agencies getting together. Nevada County was very well represented by the sheriff. They had their, I don't know, what is that big vehicle? The cat was out there. The kids were loving it. So I appreciate everybody who showed for that. I left before the color run happened, because I walked out of there covered head to toe in chalk, and it takes a long time to wash it out. I don't know if you saw any of the pictures, but former Supervisor Ed Schofield and Carol, they so good sports, covered head to toe. It was almost a bridge too far when he landed that helicopter on the new baseball field at Memorial. They sucked it up and they were okay with it, but that was a very exciting moment to see that helicopter come down. I continue to meet almost every other week with the city, with the mayor, council people, and the city manager, just to talk that are going on in Grass Valley and how the city and the county can continue to work together. I attended the Exeter Council board meeting. It was a great presentation from the Urbax Siratic is how we pronounce it. And I have known her for years and years, and we realized at that meeting, the time we met was probably 30 years ago when she was working with the running the Main Street program, which is the program that works with downtown associations. And she's done great. Lots of really exciting things going on with economic development at the state level. And Gil and Kimberly also are very involved and bringing that stuff back to the county. I attended a meeting. The veterans meet once a month, the different veterans organizations with the county facility staff to talk about the buildings, the Grass Valley and the Nevada City Vets building. I think, as everybody knows, that we've received a grant to do some upgrades in Grass Valley and also in Nevada City. And there's some concern with the veterans groups on communication and how they just really want to be involved in the process and understand what's going on. So it was a really good meeting. One of the gentlemen there has followed up, and he was very appreciative of county staff time and the explanations and just the commitment from the county to really keep in touch closely with them as we move forward with the renovations of those buildings. I also attended the opening ceremony of the fair, which is always a fabulous experience. It's a great opportunity to see a lot of people like that you maybe only see once a year, because everybody went to the fair 4 times this year. I didn't go every day, but I did go twice on one day. And it was, I think Andrew Trigg and his staff really knocked it out of the park this year. That was at the fairgrounds. Even I was out there on Sunday night, the marigolds still looked perfect.
Beautiful.
That's always a testament, because oftentimes people go through and walk through them, but they still looked terrific on Sunday night. So 2 weeks ago, there was an organization up here. It's a mobile spay neuter program, and they were brought to Grass Valley through another animal rescue nonprofit. But myself and Stephanie, our animal control officer, and Lori Hennessy from the Craig's office, we all got an opportunity to see firsthand what they do. It's pretty their operation is pretty incredible. They can spay or neuter up to 40 animals in one day through this process that they have. So I think with our grant program that we're looking at getting going in the next month or so, potentially we might be working with them, because I think we can probably spay and neuter a greater number of animals for the dollar amount that we have set aside. So I'm really excited about that. And they were terrific. The one gal who is running it, she's actually worked for Sammy's Friends, and she's also worked for the Placer County Animal Shelter. So she's very, very familiar with the animal situations that we have in our county.
Awesome.
Yeah, I also went to the sheriff's office swearing in. And so Sheriff Moon is part of an organization. It's called 30 by 30, and it's a commitment to have 30% of their law enforcement staff be women by the year 2030. And I will say, of the 9 new officers that were promoted or sworn in, 3 of them were women. So we hit that 30% just in our last little recruitment thing, and she's doing a really great job of bringing women into our organization. And then finally, I met with the rabbi at the Jewish Community Center a couple of weeks ago. He has a nonprofit based out of Sacramento that works on feeding people, and he's just connected through a grant program with the high school culinary group. They got a $16,000 grant, and they're going to be teaching kids how to do food production in case of some sort of a disaster or emergency. So it's a really great program. I need to connect him with our Health and Human Services group, because he really is interested in starting some more food feeding programs and working with the food bank and working with Interfaith to strengthen their programs a little bit. So it was really great to sit down and talk with him. So that's it.
Heidi, can I say one thing?
Yes.
This is fun. I just got this email, so this is exciting. So Pacific Crest Commons is here, and it looks like by September, we're going to be putting up our first buildings. So the Lego project will begin. Yeah, so that's coming along. I know they're doing the groundwork right now, but so we're actually going to see structure go into place in the first part of September.
It's like Carissa did such a great job of giving us these notes,
know,
and then
I
I completely forgot.
I did too.
So Sue and I are both on the fire ad hoc committee, and we met in July to talk about the current state of our reorganization. And just to let everybody know that as of July 1st, Station 59, which is the Rough and Ready station, is being operated and staffed by Penn Valley. So they are still there 24/7. And then like Sue worked in the potato booth, which is the Rough and Ready Fire Department. I work at the Grass Valley Volunteer Fire Department. If you want to know what's going on in with the fire service, work in one of those booths. I got an earful because I worked with people from Penn Valley and I work with people from Ophir Hill and from Consolidated. So that was almost like a subcommittee meeting in itself. And then, do you want to talk about the? Oh wait, you're going to talk about the housing ad hoc because you're on that one. So
For which one?
that's right.
Okay, great. So great. All the relationship building that you all do and the events that you participate in to represent the county is so great. This is really, it's great to share this information. So I'm going to try not to repeat too much of what you all have said already. I did do the Woodpecker Ravine tour recently with Alex and her staff and some of our subcontractors. Really good. She's willing to go out again. Highly recommend that you guys do that. We went to see 2 treated areas. One of them was really pretty far back down in the canyon. And you could see like viscerally exactly how a fire would be slowed down, massively slowed down, like 90% with all the work they've done. So the money and the effort that's going in there is going to be huge for fire protection. I learned some new things. I feel like I've been on enough of these tours to know, but I had some questions about masticating versus chipping, and you could see where it was the benefits and I mean, it's more costly to do the hand chipping, so sometimes they tend to do masticating, but it still works because it slows down the fire. So really great tour. Recommend people, my colleagues, do that if you can. We did a couple of analyst interviews with Sue and I, and I don't know how much we've announced, but we have made an offer and it's been accepted. And so I think we're going to all be really happy to have someone in there who's great. We did have our old Jedi meeting, our sort of elected group to talk about hate incidents that might be, or any other of those kinds of issues in the community, was very good. We're I think just building relationships and being prepared to stand together as elected officials as issues come up, at least have representation from each of the cities and then the county as well. So happy to talk with you individually more about that. I did have the great honor to swear in our new youth commission last night. That was so much fun. And they did a mock session, which to unlearn Robert's Rules of Orders, which was also really well done. Got to talk to them about the meaning of swearing in, that you're swearing your loyalty to democracy and our democratic institutions, and you take it seriously and it's ethical. It's a really good group of kids. I think they're really truly interested in at least learning about public service, and very excited to see what they do and see us continue to build that youth commission and make sure we get the young voices in with our governance, right? So good. Starry Night. Was that too late? I think Sue, you went. I went for the first time in a long time. It was fabulous. Happy to be contributing to that work. Housing subcommittee. We had budget subcommittee and capital improvement. Come back to housing in a minute. We already talked about that. I also went to the NCO swearing in, and what's impressive is that they talk about a little bit about the individuals that they're swearing in. So you learn a little bit about their backgrounds, and it's so great to see people just feel, I think, just be welcomed like they're part of a family right from the start. That was really great. Analyst interviews, I said. So NACO and CSAC. Yeah, NACO, a lot was going on. So great to have Hardy there and totally involved with the groups and making change and taking on leadership. I just think that's awesome. I can't wait to be partnering, continue to partner with you on that. I am on the NACO board for CSAC, so I did get some more insider information. And most of that is on changes to counties in terms not of they're going to be on our constituents, like from the loss of Medicaid or IHSS, but the impacts on the county, how they're going to have to administer different programs or make. So, and they've quantified billions and billions of dollars of costs. And there is have that on the website. So you can go look and see what are the costs going to be coming down to the county specifically just for administrating changes. It's very interesting to see. Those are sort of the unintended consequences of making change, whether it's good or bad. And then put on a webinar, disaster reform task force. This was open to everybody. And I'm trying now, as I get these webinars, I'm sending them all of you and to hopefully to the department heads. This was a summary of what White House and Congress is looking at for FEMA, the advocacy that NACO has done, the things that we've gotten, looks like achieved, but where it's all standing right now. Brett, who staffs that committee, did the briefing. It was a fantastic briefing. I think it was recorded, so you can still go back, but I highly recommend that. And then CSAC did a couple of webinars, one on the impacts of HR1 and one on the specific impacts of Medicaid. Also, it's a little in the weeds maybe for some of us, but very helpful to really understand from the feds and the state level some of the changes coming down, what that's going to look like. So I'm going to continue to forward those on to you guys, and we can all attend. They're not restricted, so feel free to do that. And then so long ago in the housing subcommittee, well, this is a little bit old. So we are working on an ordinance. I think people know that, an ordinance for alternative housing or ordinance. And as you heard a little bit this morning, we did a survey. Tyler put together, I think he did a fabulous job to get input, to make sure we got lots of public input on what this ordinance should look like. As I understood this morning, that survey is closed, so that ordinance will come to the board for conversation, discussion at some point in the near future. Sorry, it'll come to the Planning Commission tentatively on September 25th. Thank you, Carissa. So folks will have another opportunity to weigh in on that ordinance. I just want to say there's been lots of supportive letters coming in. There's also been concerns about evacuation routes and fire and health and safety. I'm telling my constituents who write in, absolutely, we want your comments, and absolutely, those are things we care about too. Don't worry. We're not trying to do something really crazy here, just trying to safely increase our housing. So I think I'll stop there. Any last minute? I know you.
Well, so you can just say Lone Oak got finally funded. And so that's exciting. That's going to be low 55 and older in Penn Valley. So that's our second phase. And that all just got funded and working through the developer to iron out the final budget. So, but that's another place where we'll be able to break ground pretty soon.
That's lots of great news. Anybody else with last minute additions?
Hey, you get so busy you can't get it all on your list.
I know it is. Okay, Allison, would you like to report out?
I will. I attended many of the events that y'all mentioned, so I will just bring up a few things that are more informational. But before doing so, I really want to talk about the CSAC panel, and thank you, Supervisor Bullock, for seeing that panel. CSAC, California State Association of Counties, that represent all 58 counties, they reached out to Nevada County really because we lead the way in terms of rural programs. And so they asked us to highlight what we're doing around the EOC, and really under the leadership of Craig Riesbach and his team, we do stand out in the state for many reasons. And one is we have integration with our sheriff's department. very few counties actually co-locate and house a deputy within the EOC team. Second, we have a 98% success rate in grants. We brought over $50 million of grants since the board created that department. And many of those grants is what you spoke about today. It's the vegetation mitigation, these shaded fuel breaks. And so we really stand out in terms of securing grants and implementing those programs. So I just want to give credit to staff and then just really demonstrate another way where Nevada County is leading the way for rural counties. I met with Brett Bentley, who many of you know, but she's officially the new food bank executive director. We had a great meeting, and I'm really pleased to hear how she wants to collaborate with Interfaith food services and other nonprofits and county services. So really looking at what her leadership will bring. We also met with Chris Frontier. Am I pronouncing his name right? He's the new superintendent of Tahoe National Forest. And they're also their fiscal manager, Amber Waters. And we talked about our ongoing partnership. They are recognizing they have to move their headquarters when the courts build in their current place. We're actively assisting them in looking for a new site. And then we're also, Chief Estes was part of that meeting, and we're looking at how can we maximize the space that the 7 acres that they currently have up at the airport, and is there a partnership opportunity that we could bring forward for recommendations to the board at a future date? I attended Grass Valley community event to recognize Howard and Peggy Levine for getting a Grass Valley Star, and Supervisor Swarthout had some really lovely remarks and actually was a neighbor of the Levines for years. That was really fun to hear some of those stories. But it's just a prime example of public service and how their legacy is going to live long in our community. One being the North Star House. And so this past month, North Star House actually got a historical recognition, which they are very thrilled about to open up opportunities for grants and funding and on the work that's being done at the North Star House on KNCO. Met with the cemetery district, and wow, what a year makes in terms of transition and leadership and new board members. So really pleased with the direction they're going. I think the board remembers they had a director coming to the board supervisors meeting, sharing concerns, and they really have come a long ways from that. And I believe that they're in good standing. Youth Commission, they were sworn in last night. They are going to be reaching out to all of you. So each of you have anywhere between 2 and 5 youth who are on the commission in your district. And the next few months, they're going to be selecting their policy areas. Your interviews with them are going to help inform those conversations. So if it's going to be hard to meet with them face to face, try and do a phone call so they could really hear from you as a district supervisor or what the top issues are for you. The North San Juan vegetation meeting, I really want to give credit to Chief Browning as well as Joanne Fights. We are looking at a demonstration pilot project working with our public works team in the spring. And so we're going to be looking at an area that we can measure success and then hopefully implement those practices in other areas of the county. So this is just going back to a community-driven partnership of looking at how can we work together for solutions, because with limited resources, our public roads crews really can't do it all. And so really appreciate the expertise that they're bringing to that conversation. And then lastly, I met with Tom Lass with Contractors Association. We meet monthly to check in to see how CDA is doing. Got really good feedback in terms of the services that they are receiving. And as we all know, he has seen a slowdown in terms of work with our contractors. So I think that's something as we continue to monitor our economy that we're just aware of. So thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Anything for the good of the order by anybody? All right, then we are adjourned.